After bishop e7, if you take with the queen, white has this nice, cute move like knight
Oh yeah,
into
we can ask this for
d5.
chat. Oh.
Oh, sorry. But I'm not even sure if that variation is foolproof, because after knight into d5, there is bishop d5, and after knight c6, there is queen g5, threatening checkmate on g2. But maybe you can give,
No,
maybe
this,
this
yeah.
position can be asked for the chat.
So, yeah, this question
Let's
can be
ask
asked
this.
to the chat. So chat, yeah, do hit that like button, subscribe to Chess24 India if you haven't, and feel free to guess away the moves white to play. What would you do here?
Oh, this is very nice. It's a very cute trick. Let's see how awake our chat is at 4:45 p.m. IST.
Yeah, let's see. I'm sure the chat is awake, but how alert?
Oh, nice.
I mean, who sleeps
One
at 4?
correct. No, you're like so sleepy on a Sunday afternoon, right?
I don't know, Soumya. I've always worked 7 days a week, so I never realized what is fun. So,
Oh, really?
so when I was
Wow.
younger, for me, Saturday, Sunday was just the day when my parents stayed home with me.
Oh.
And there was a period when I wasn't too happy with the Saturday, Sundays. And then there were a lot of periods when I was really happy with the Saturday, Sundays.
Oh, wow.
But usually I lose sight of which day, which date it is. Yes, guys, 97 check. The first move is correct. 97 check, king
Yeah,
h8. Now
a
what is the
lot
move?
of
Now what is
lot
the
of
move?
people got it right, by the way.
Of course, this is our chat which we fed and nourished with chess for such a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, I see a lot of right moves by Lucky, Gaurav, um, Rohit Kumar, Umar Khan,
Shrishti wants to
and
have a nap at 1 p.m.
no, Chris Kaines, of course. Chris Kaines was probably the first one to give the answer. Then Rajat Sharma, Sushant Das. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, Chris Keynes, yes. Chris
Chris
Keynes,
Kaines
a
is good at
familiar face
cricket as
in.
well as chess. Nice.
Yeah, true. He,
By the way, on the Sunday topic, for me, like Sundays are very special because it's the only day of the week when I'm aware which day of the week it is. Because as you said, people are at home. Then you get the Sunday newspaper. Then when I was a kid, there used to be, we used to have DD at home. So there used to be Rangoli in the morning, then Mahabharat, Ramayana, all these, एक set routine hota tha Sunday ka. So for me, Sundays are very special, and that is the only day of the week when I'm usually very much aware that okay, today is Sunday. Like today, my dad is at home, my parents are at home, everyone is at home. It's a special day for sure. Oh, by the way,
all
so the game
right.
has
So
progressed.
let's
Bishop.
finish off this question. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, knight is unchecked, king h8, and here it's really important not to get greedy and take an extra rook because then it's queen into g2 mate. So as is the case, there was this war when there is this typical war strategy when you take out the most important guy, the most important warrior from the opposite side, and it's over. So here the most important one is the d5 bishop, the centralized bishop, which is what is enabling to create these threats. So just take knight into d5 and white will just be a pawn up. So this is the right answer for white, and this is why this variation is justified. Back to the game, Soumya.
Yes. The game progressed with knight e7, and instead of this tactic, so knight d7, bishop e7, knight e7, bishop d7, and bishop into d7. So now the pawn on d5 is protected with the knight on e7. So this tactic which we saw on the board doesn't work. And after queen b3, it's black to move. We can expect a move like bishop c6 or yeah, I think bishop c6 makes a lot of sense here, protecting both the pawns. And let's see what Vidit goes for. It's sort of equal this position. Do you want to have a look at Adiban's game? Because that has progressed a lot. Adiban is playing against Iranian super talent Alireza Firuza with the white pieces.
Yes, on to the AD's game. As you mentioned, it has progressed a lot. It was a Nimzo Indian position. As we mentioned in the Nimzo Indian, usually white wants to get the pair of bishops, but the pawn structure gets damaged. So this is also what happened in this game. AD getting the pair of bishops, but he ended up with a pawn structure like this. And now look what Alireza does. It's very instructive. So white has this two bishops, a dark squared bishop. Black does not have a dark squared bishop. So what does Alireza do? He covers up the dark square bishop with his pawns. And he started with b6, then d6, and later he puts the pawn to e5 and the other pawn to g5. So he has all these pawns on the dark squares, so much control with the dark squares, and he has a light square bishop. So look how well they work in complement with each other. This is what
Oh,
Alireza did,
wow.
and I think this is a very instructive opening strategy. Bishop
Absolutely.
f2. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Nimzo Indian is a lot about strategy rather than direct tactics and everything. And this dark squared strategy of giving up the dark squared bishop right out of the opening and placing your pawns on the dark squares is one of the key ideas in this opening. And bishop f2, knight h5, by the way, g3, bishop h3, and look what Adiban did here. He just gave up the exchange with f4 because he has a pair of bishops and he decides to simply open up the position and doesn't care for material. All he wants is more space, more breathing space for his bishops, which are definitely as we all know, knights are more useful than bishops in closed positions, and all Adi wants to do is open up the center and create some kind of attack. Do you think it's a good idea here, Sri?
I think it makes a lot of sense because rooks are typically not that useful on without open files. So it makes sense that AD wants to prioritize his minor pieces and doesn't value the rook as much. But on the other hand, also we have to understand that this sacrifice by AD, it was not entirely out of choice. He was kind of forced to do this because bishop h3. If he try to save his rook, then after queen f6, he's in further trouble. The f3 pawn is attacked, the d4 pawn is attacked, and the only way to defend this f3 pawn is to play knight c1. But now you lose d4 because the knight on e2 was defending the d4 pawn. So not out of choice but out of compulsion, but in the given circumstances this was his best choice. So in that sense it was wise that AD chose quickly to kind of like how reptiles just lose their tail and run away. He just gives up his rook and decides to concentrate with the rest of his forces. So knight f6, f into g5, and I think there is pretty decent practical compensation. He's now going to open some lines. He's going to try and exploit the weaknesses around Black's king side. Alireza not allowing it. He immediately goes knight g4 because if he had taken back h into g5, I foresaw some counterplay coming from bishop e3. So he prevents it with knight g4 and AD immediately lashing out with d5. AD and Alireza are very similar styles. They are both aggressive. They are both quite concrete. So this is a very interesting battle for us to see. White would in particular love to get his knight onto f5. At the moment, it seems very difficult. But as soon as this knight goes away from g4 and white gets his own g4, it's very easy to execute. So I think there are all the counter chances for AD, and the game is very much on.
Absolutely, and I think this knight g4 move was maybe not. I don't. I mean, it's an interesting move, but also maybe after a g5, he was afraid of allowing white to play queen h3 perhaps and coming to f5. So maybe the knight g4 move is also against this idea of white. And after d5, knight a5, if he manages to keep that knight restricted on a5, then white definitely has a lot of compensation because For example, now even a move like G H6,
Yeah, this is what has happened.
we
G6, Queen G5.
played actually, right?
Yeah.
G H6, Queen G5, Rook D1, and Queen into H6, and H4. Yeah, definitely. Like, look at Black. Black has an extra rook, but he needs open files for his rook. So maybe he'll go King H7 and Rook G8 in this position, because when you have extra material in the form of an exchange, you definitely need open files for your rook. Otherwise, there is not much use of being an exchanger. So I think this is what Black will go for. To be honest, the more I look at this position, the more I feel Black is in control and White definitely is on the back foot. But on the other hand, it's still a game, and a lot more time for Black to actually show a real winning advantage here.
Yeah, absolutely true. There's a lot of time left. Completely agree with you, Soumya. A lot of time left, and AD can get really dangerous in these kind of questions where he's pushed against the wall. So far, we haven't seen AD do that in this tournament, but it only takes one game to change such things. Let's hope that this is this game.
Absolutely. Just one game of just one chance, and you're back in the tournament. By the way, Gukesh versus Arjun, the all Indian encounter here. Let's have a look at how that game progressed. We saw that it was a Ragozin. Gukesh went for this Queen A4 check line, which we discussed yesterday. The idea was to prevent Black from playing C5 very early and taking a break in the center. Queen A4 forces Black to play Knight C6. So now he doesn't get the C5 break easily. Then
Yeah,
Gukesh
but
took on F.
Soumya, you have to notice that he inserted this bishop g5 h6. Yeah, he didn't start with queen a4 check, which he did against Aronian yesterday. And I think that's very interesting thing about Gukesh, because he hits and runs. He doesn't stay on with one opening, so this makes him less susceptible to targeted preparation of his opponent. So he's like this Mongol rider from the medieval times, or from the Genghis Khan army. He hits you and then he runs and then he hits you from a different place. And before you can look where he is, you're already dead.
Nice way to put it. And yeah, that's true. Actually, that's a recent thing that he has added to his repertoire, I would say, because I remember earlier when chess used to be purely OTB, Gukesh used to play a lot of tournaments, as we have mentioned it before as well. He used to just play continuously, and I used to see him play the same King's Indian and classical variations from Black all the time. But now he's added many more things to his repertoire. For example, he played the Slav against me, QGD against me recently, and I see that he's trying so many new things. So that's a very good sign. By the way, A3, C5, DC6, Knight C6, Knight to
Where
D5.
A3?
Bukesh got.
Where are you? Where are you? I'm sorry, I'm not in sync with you. Queen E4 check knight
Oh,
C6.
sorry. Sorry, I
Where
progressed
is
a lot.
A3?
So Queen A4,
Okay,
Knight
okay. Yeah,
C6,
yeah. We'll go to this A3 point. Yeah, A3 C5. Yeah,
A3,
please carry on.
C5. So Black did get the C5 break, but after DC, Knight C6, Knight D5, he got a very strong outpost on C5, Queen E6, Knight F3, Rook A D8, Rook F1, Rook FD1, and now he even can bring his bishop to C4. I think slightly better for White for sure because of the Knight on D5.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I'm pretty sure it's slightly better for white. For black, the immediate threat is he wants to play bishop h5, play bishop into f3, and put his own knight on d4. So he wouldn't really mind. First of all, queen into b7 is not a threat, because whenever you take this poison pawn on b7, you immediately have to watch out for rook b8. Always watch out for this. Your b2 pawn can go in return. Um, Apart from that, strategically, what black wants is he will play bishop h5, bishop into f3, put his own knight on d4. Then it will be a light squares versus dark squares battle, where black has slightly more space. So I'm pretty sure that Arjun is trying to keep his chances open. And in general, these two kids, they have had quite a bit of history between themselves. They played in the Speed Chess Championship last year, in which Arjun won very convincingly. Oh, queen into b7 rook bait is what happened. And then Arjun also defeated Gukesh in the semifinals of the Indian qualifiers for this tournament. And Arjun also defeated Gukesh recently in another speed chess match. So Arjun has won 3 matchups against Gukesh. He's slightly older than Gukesh, so that age difference in this teenage is a lot of difference. But Arjun has a very favorable head-to-head score and that psychological advantage. And so far, Gukesh's tournament hasn't been great. And one of the fundamental problems has been that Gukesh has been a bit too slow and he has gotten into time trouble. This game is also going towards a similar direction.
Yes, and actually after this rook b2, it looks like black has a lot of threats himself, because after bishop c4, queen g6, suddenly all his pieces will be looking at black's white's king, sorry, even bishop c5 could come in and attack the point on f2. So white has to be careful here. That's the reason Gukesh is taking his time. But as she pointed out, it also means impending time pressure, and that is not a good sign. Let's see how Gukesh handles it. Meanwhile, maybe we can have a look at Vidit's game once more, because many pieces have been traded and the position has clarified a lot. Vidit has an isolated pawn on d5 now. Uh, Actually, he is definitely on the defensive right now, because White's plan is to double on the, like, bring his rook on the d file and put as much pressure on d5 as possible. But the good thing here is there is no pawn on the e file for White, and for his c pawn is already advanced to c5. So usually in an isolated pawn position like this, the idea for White is to double on the d file and attack the pawn once more with c4 or e4, which is not possible here. So it is definitely not clear as how White can progress. One idea is to expand on the queen side with his pawns with b4 and put a knight on d4 maybe. But there is a good chance for black to simply hold this and keep his defense.
Yeah, I think very clearly summed up there by you, Soumya. I also agree with you that I think maybe black is under a little bit of pressure, but I don't think it's that much, to be honest. In fact, I would even say black is completely okay, because this isolated queen pawn, which appears like a weakness, it can advance very quickly. And Vidit has done exactly that. He played queen b5. Next, he will put his knight on c6, and this pawn can get to d4, d3 really quickly. Not easy for white to prevent this, and it will white will try to hold this pawn without without letting it advance too much. And I think this is how the game is going to progress, but it's not entirely clear how exactly white can hold this. One thing is to try and play something like knight c2, but black just continues with knight c6, and it's not really possible to prevent this d4 d3 from happening. But on the other hand, if white does no such thing, then again d4 d3 is coming. So this is a counterplay which is not easy for white to prevent. And on that note, we have a very special guest joining us now. There are a lot of world-class players playing right now, but few can call themselves as their country number one, or the highest rated player in the country. But the guest we have is one such player, Grandmaster Kevin Go Aiming.
Hi, hi Srinath, hi Soumya.
Hello, Kevin. So
Hi,
nice
Kevin.
to
How are
have you
you?
here on us.
Good. Of course. A pleasure to be here as always.
Super nice to have you here, and we are looking forward to analyze the games with you and hear your insights.
Yeah,
How have you been?
thanks. Well, I wish I could keep up with the stuff going on. Like for instance, like this is the first time I'm actually looking at the games of this event.
Nice preparation
You
for World
also
Cup, man.
must be,
Yeah,
yeah, you
definitely.
also must be preparing for the World Cup, right? You are qualified for the World Cup, and it begins on the 10th of July. Not much time. How are you feeling
Yeah,
about that?
not much time. I think the main thing I need to do is to get my visa sorted out. Like that's the main preparation.
Oh.
And
Yeah, I have
The
my
most
visas
important
done.
preparation is to get there.
yeah, that's the first thing, right? And to make sure that I have a place to stay. So because I kind of qualified for the World Cup in rather bizarre circumstances because of this federation nominee thing. And initially, our main player who was actually national champion last year. He qualified through that nomination, and then somehow he qualified by finishing second at the Asian Continental, and then that spot was thus freed up, and then I got the spot. So kind of bizarre. I'm not complaining, of course.
No,
You're
we
complaining
are
about
very
what?
happy.
Not complaining that I'm somehow on the way there. Like.
No, that's great, and I mean that's the whole point of having all these nominees, so that we have more players, and the whole point of the FIDE nominees is that more players get to play the World Cup, and we are very excited that. Whom are you playing, by the way? Your first round pairing is already out, right?
Yeah, I'm playing Cristobal Henriquez from Chile.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
I've seen him a lot on online chess. Isn't his ID Jospin?
I'm not sure about his ID, but he's the one that made Kamsky the famous FFL.
Yeah. now
Soumya, do you know about this? Do you know about this FFL? I'm not sure I can say this out loud on the channel.
You're asking
Sorry,
Soumya,
I was
right?
just responding to the chat. Yes.
I was asking Soumya, do you know about this Kamsky incident where he went, I'm an FFL?
No,
Yeah,
Probably
meanwhile,
not.
Kevin, you can have a look at the chat where people are like welcoming you. And
wow, thank you. Hello, guys.
Sorry, Kevin, I hear you very well. Can you please say it again? I'm really sorry.
No, it's all good. Is my mic working well, or did I just go too fast? Let me see. Let me try another microphone. Give me a second, yeah.
Is this a bit better?
Yeah, no, sorry, please.
Is this better?
Yeah, it's much better. It's much better.
Okay.
You're sounding like a robot earlier, I thought, okay, yeah, you're from Singapore, very advanced technologically. So I thought you were experimenting with AI.
This isn't really me, right? This is me half asleep. I program everything to say exactly what I wanted you to do, So.
So it's not really you. So you're preparing for World Cup right now and you have an AI in commentary, yeah?
Yeah. Exactly.
Amazing. So what do we call you? Kevin 2.0?
2.1.
2.1. Cool.
By the way, Adiban's game is going wild. Can we just have a look at it? Because I think it might get over, and it's let's just see the last moments of it.
Yes, the final moments of AD's game before the White King rests in peace.
He's going to resign in 3 moves, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
So probably now he has to resign.
Here, actually, we looked at the position after the exchange sack, and we had hopes that Adi will be able to create some counterplay, but Firouzja did not give him any chance, it seems. He played a really good game, opened up the files for his rooks, and created a very strong attack, and all his pieces came into the game. Even the knight on a5 came to b3, then d2, and it became very, very hard to control it.
Indeed. We can maybe return to this during one of the breaks. In the meanwhile, a couple of live games going on. Maybe have a look at how the Gukesh Arjun game is going on.
Yes, let's have a look at Gukesh versus Arjun. So we left it at knight d5, queen e7, knight f3, rook d8, rook f d1, bishop e8, and queen b3. Here we were wondering if white will take on b7 or not. He took on b7, rook b8, queen a6, rook b2. And white continued with rook a c1, knight d4, knight into d4, e, and bishop f3. So he managed to keep his knight on d5 and also prevent this counter attack on the f2 pawn with bishop c5, closing this diagonal. And after queen e5, he also picked up a second pawn on a7. So it seems like white is in control already. And after bishop g6, he picked up a third pawn on d4. And after queen d4, rook d4, black took back on a3, but white is actually 2 pawns up in this position. Even though black's pieces are active, rook is on the second rank. Do you think it is a defendable position for black? Because I think white has a huge advantage.
No, white is okay. I'll ask Kevin this question. How many pawns is white up, Kevin?
This old joke never dies, yeah?
The inside jokes never get old.
So Soumya, were you around? Anyway, let's not remind everybody about this.
Yeah, so white is 1 pawn up, and I think it's holdable because black has this pair of bishops and some activity on the 7th rank. In general, it's holdable, but against Gukesh in this situation, I think Gukesh has pretty good chances because he's usually very good in these kind of situations also, situations that involve rapid calculations, rapid short-term calculations. Here he is very good. And conversion technique, typically it requires rapid short-term accurate calculations, especially, slight advantages. So I think Gukesh has pretty good chances.
Yeah, because of also white has a weakness on f2, which black can always keep attacking. I think that is also one huge problem. And the e4 pawn is also like a sort of weakness only because the bishop on f3 is not the best defender. The bishop would be more useful attacking black or helping the white pawn advance rather than just sitting on f3 as a defender. Maybe that's also the issue here.
Yeah, that is an issue for the moment, but I think also for black the problem is the f4 is a bit weak. Yeah, what are your thoughts, Kevin? How do you evaluate this?
No, I think firstly with the bishop pair, black always has this. Yeah, I was about to say bishop d6 is strong, but black always have this option of trying to swap the knight with the light square bishop to enter into an opposite color bishop rook ending. So it significantly increases black's drawing chances. Yeah, I don't see this as particularly difficult for black to hold, in my opinion. But okay, with 1 minute, of course, anything can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in general, it's not, but against Gukesh, that's exactly. By the way, I think the Vidit game is about to end. So shall we just quickly move on there and get back here?
Yes, let's look at Vidit's game. They managed to exchange all the pieces and the d pawn as well. So it's a completely equal queen ending, I would say. What are your thoughts?
I agree. I think it's a completely equal queen end game. It looks like white has some pressure. He's of course trying to create something, but it doesn't look like he has a lot to play with. What do you think, Ken?
No, he goes queen e4 and there's nothing. Yeah. You cannot create a pass pawn. His king goes to g6.
Create the pass pawn.
Yeah, so nothing much is happening. They'll probably agree to draw very soon.
Fantastic defender, no? Queen on e4 and also very nice piece. Like usually in queen endings, it's always good to centralize your queen, and from the center it not only defends but also attacks. So
yes, true.
Somebody told me before that in queen endings, the most important squares are actually c4, c5, f4, and f5 instead of the absolute central squares. Have you heard of this before?
Yeah. No, that is news to me at least.
Yeah, I don't know why, but after I heard that, every queen ending I go to, I put my queen on those squares, and I just said I remember. I don't even know why.
How has the results worked out for you?
Yeah, they did work out for me.
So, oh, nice.
just one of those things that nobody understands.
Yeah, true. Queen in games in general itself is one of those things which is very hard to understand. I think not a lot of people can claim to be experts there.
The game in
Yeah,
I think Gukesh is having good chances now, I feel.
Yeah. Between Arjun and Gukesh, I think in this question, knowing both the players, I think Gukesh has slightly better chances. Do you want to conclude this as a draw and shift?
Yeah, King H6, King they're going to repeat Queen C7, Queen C2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they
gonna
are
repeat.
repeating the most. I think we can. Yeah, it is a draw. It is a draw. They have repeated the most. So with it moves to 3 out of 6 points, and Ding in second place now with 4 out of 6, because Artime have actually won his game and he is on 4.5 out of 6. He played against Huyufan in the 5th round. So we'll get back to the standings after all the games are over. Let's
I think
look
he
at
shouldn't have
it.
taken H into G5 here. I think this is a critical point. White would ideally like to keep these pawns for as long as he can, Taking H into G5, it really takes the game towards a lot closer to a draw because you exchange one of the pawns. The more pawns that get exchanged, the closer the game is to a draw. So I'm not entirely sure if White should have taken H into G5 here. Any other waiting move would have, worked for White. Something like Rook A6, King H2. Waiting around because
Yeah, but
whenever black
Black
takes g into h4, white can take king h2, king h3. Yeah.
Black's,
Sorry,
Black's going to take on D5 though. So
yeah, black's going to take on d5, and in this case, it's a lot better to have these pawns on h4 and h6.
Yeah, true.
Because in the future you can even get h5, rook g6 check.
Oh yeah, h5 rook g6 is a very nice point there. Wow. So basically, if the pawns were still on h4 and h6 and bishop had taken on d5, ed5, you have. But the point is that black will never move the bishop from d6. So white would have to go from c2 to e2 and then e6. But
No, that is the pressure he has here. Yeah. So you basically try and improve something else in another direction, and you have to attack from different sides. Keep the rook here, maintain it here, not let these two prisoners get away, and then bring your pieces from another side. This is how white should have ideally tried. Because in the live position that we have right now, I think black is defending very comfortably. His pieces are no longer under pressure. The king has advanced, the rook is out, and not having this pressure made a lot of difference in helping black be free.
right. So comparatively calm round, I suppose, because this might also be a draw, and Vidit's game also ended in a draw.
Yeah,
Oops.
comparatively calm round for the Indians, and AD's game not exactly a calm game, but also not the result we wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. Adi definitely needs to score at least 2-3 wins in a row to still be in the race for top 8. Firuja, on the other hand, by the way, he lost 3 games yesterday after winning the first round against Magnus, and today he has won his first round against Adiban. So let's see if he goes up on how the tournament goes for him now.
And the interesting fact
By the way,
about Adi today.
Magnus is losing against Aronian. Do you want to have a quick look at the position?
Yeah. I know. I noticed that too.
Completely lost. He has these pawns. Aronian has these pawns on e5 and b5. There is like no stopping them.
True.
Wow.
His pawns on a5 and b5 is so much better than the black pawns on e5, e7, and g6.
Wow. So
still kind of difficult, yeah, to convert this.
Yes, for us, but I think for Levon, maybe not so much. Knight c5, king d6, and a6. Then pawn gets to a7.
a6 and a7
bishop on f4 is bishop on f4 is cut off.
Yeah, the bishop on f4 is cut off from the game. And also these pawns kind of just advance by themselves, yeah. This bishop on
Even
d5 is well
bishop
placed.
c7 and b6 actually. In case black takes on e4, then just bishop c7 and b6 is the idea, I guess. So he will never
Yeah.
take on e4. He wants
True.
to keep the bishop on d5 to keep some defense going.
Yeah. True. Oh, by the way, yeah, the interesting thing about Ali Reza's pairings today, he's playing all Indians except for one game. He's playing all the 4 Indians today.
Oh, okay.
So we are going to see a lot of Ali Reza today.
And Ali Reza is going to see a lot of us as well.
He's in fact
Hey,
playing
what
5
happened
Asians
here?
today.
Hey, did he blunder a pawn? Aronian? A6
No,
rook
bishop,
d8?
bishop.
No. He has
Bishop
calculated
c7.
this. Yeah, takes
Yeah, knight
rook
c3.
b5.
Knight c3.
Yeah.
Knight
Go on,
c3.
Kevin. The full line.
Yeah, just take d5 and finish. Yeah.
Yeah, and black cannot prevent this from queening.
Wow.
Very tricky. Yeah, he's played actually. No, bishop goes on
Even
Even
bishop
bishop
d1.
b6 and knight he just took on d5 and rook a2 and a7.
Yeah, this also works. All
But
roads lead to Rome.
rook d8, a7, rook a8.
Hey, oh, sorry. I missed.
What happens now?
Oh, he's still somehow surviving, huh?
Just rook
because
b2 and
he
rook
took
d8.
right? Yeah, exactly.
Okay, this is completely lost anyway. It's
completely lost anyway. Yeah, exactly.
Because the black is
But
completely
why
paralyzed,
Just play rook
So-
b7.
Rook b7, for
Yeah,
instance.
maybe rook b7 and e5, is it?
No, the reason why it's completely lost is because this rook on 8 is permanently imprisoned on 8, and if the king comes to help the rook, then black loses all these pawns. So white
The
will
king-
just
no, the-
bring the king. Yeah.
The king can never
we
cross
just
over.
bring the king to c6 maybe, or bring the king to a6 even, right?
The black king cannot
Maybe
cross over. So
I think
so
you can
it's-
even exchange this bishop to make it simple. Because the rook endgame is just winning. It's elementary.
Oh no, actually after king e5, now if he goes king e6, then e5, and after bishop no, there is no need for that as well. He just took king d4, bishop d6, e d6, king f4.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah,
he
just
fixes
exchange
the
everything and just
White goes rook e7, defend the e pawn, and
right.
then king g5. Yeah.
yeah. This one's not going to be like VD Anish.
Oh, what happened there?
Oh, you don't know?
Oh,
I didn't.
it was such a such
Yesterday it was
a
tragic, but today I can laugh about it.
Oh really? I actually can't get over it, but
Yeah.
it
Magnus
was a
resigns.
shocking game. Yeah, Magnus lost. So Aronian won. Aronian moves to 4.5 out of 6 joint lead in the tournament. Magnus, on the other hand, is on 3.5 out of 6. He has lost 2 games so
Meanwhile,
far against Aronian.
Yeah, he lost the first game of both the days, 1 and 2. Meanwhile, this kid's still fighting it out, still battling it out. It looks like Arjun will equalize the score on the pawns. And while they're still playing, just make a draw. But okay, let's not taint these kids yet.
No, but how? Like yesterday, also you mentioned this, Sri, that just make a draw. But like, how do you make a draw? You need to play and make the
there is
draw.
a draw button in the right side corner of the board.
For draw.
Press that, wait
But
for 10 seconds.
Both the players need to accept it. No, it can't be like one-sided.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But in our generation, these kind of positions, both the players would be happy to draw because it's a draw. I mean, it's a draw position. But yesterday I was making all these dialogues about how young players they don't make draws, and then I go at the evening and there was this really exciting game between Raunak and Nihal, so exciting that I was really looking forward to watch it. And then 19 moves later they made a draw. They just agreed for a draw in a really interesting position.
Justice for our generation. Yeah, Shri keeps saying that it's like about a generation. I don't think it's about generation at all. I think it's just about approach.
Age.
No.
No, Sri is kind of right. Like age plays a part.
Oh my my God. No. I disagree. I disagree strongly.
No, okay, now they drew.
Yeah, now they drew. At least they drew here, yeah. They were not waiting to play bishop d6. Of course, Arjun wouldn't have agreed for a draw here if there was no increment. Then he would brutally flag you in a way that you get very angry with him, tilted and everything, but you cannot do anything against him because he's a child. But fortunately, there is increment here. So yeah, roundup of the game results of the round. Vidit drew against Ding Lijian, and AD lost against Ali Reza, and Gukesh and Arjun drew their games. So Arjun at 3 out of 6, Vidit at 3 out of 6, and we have the standings on the screen. Arjun at 3, Vidit at 3, Gukesh with 1.5, and AD with 1 out of 6. So AD really needs to get out from that zone. He needs at least one win to get the momentum going. The other at the top, there is Artemiev and Aronian leading with 4.5 out of 6. Dubo, after his early loss against Arjun, has come back really well and scored 3.5 out of 4 to be at 4 out of 6. Ding also at 4 out of 6. He won the first 2 games. Then Gukesh tricked him and made his draw. And ever since, he hasn't been able to win another game. Wesley, so Anish, Magnus Carlsen, Jan Christoph Dura, everyone at 3.5 out of 6. We have Arjun and Vidit at 3 out of 6. And Salem AR Saleh, who is the UAE's #1, a superstar, a fantastic player with 2.5. Ali Reza Firoja, Iranian super talent, one of the best players of his generation, maybe the best player of his generation at the moment, 2.5 out of 6. And Peter Swidler, awesome player, awesome commentator, 2.5 out of 6. Hoi Fan at 1 out of 6, on par with AD, giving AD some company there. I guess AD wouldn't mind the company, despite being 1 out of 6.
Not at all. Women's world #1. What a legendary player. Do you want to have a quick look at Artemiev versus Yifan? Because Artemiev won a really good game and he actually is in the lead now after winning this game.
Yes. Meanwhile, we also have a super chat from Narayan. I'm not sure if he's related to me in any way. What food do you guys prefer to eat during tournaments? Kevin, do you want to take that?
Yes, please, Kevin. We want to know from you. Kevin is very health conscious, right? I see your Instagram and you're running 10 kilometers every day and doing a lot of fitness, no?
Yes, all part of the World Cup. Yeah, go on.
You're a lot into fitness in general, or is it for the World Cup?
I think generally also because of age. So, when you're getting on, you tend to be a bit more conscious about this sort of thing. And
is it that when you get married, you just want to run as far as you can?
to run away, yeah?
Yeah.
Look at Soumya. You guys can't see Soumya's face, but
I know.
A disapproving look.
No, but it's a common question for both, but I gather that Soumya says no. Kevin says no comments.
So I think Soumya, you were not around. I'm not sure whether you caught this. A recent nationwide initiative in India. It's called the Wife for Srinath initiative. Have you heard of it?
Oh my God, no.
Why is it restricted to one nation, Kevin?
No. So first, it has to start from India, and then you grow globally. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure we'll talk about this later in the chat.
But I'm really not sure if this is something where you aim for rapid growth.
Oh, well, we'll see. Like we might have an international audience here, But anyway, coming back to this fitness thing. So I think firstly, in chess, we all know, yeah, like physical fitness is critical, and especially if you're getting on in age, and then you're playing all these young kids. So like I know like people like Prague, like Nihao, they are very fit. I'm not sure whether they work out or anything like that, but they are apparently very fit. Like I spoke to somebody, like parents, I think, when they were here in Singapore. Or was it Ramesh who told me? Anyways, this is like an important equalizer from the like for older folks like me. I mean, not like two of you. The two of you are still young. And for
Who's too
Srinath, we are
young?
not too young. Srinath is not too young for
No,
marriage.
we are almost the same age actually, Kevin. You and me.
No. Soumya, come on.
I'm just young in my mind. That's the only difference. But
No, yeah, in every aspect, not just my.
no, we age wise we are the same, and I'm also like a huge believer in physical fitness, because anyway in chess also you need it, no, like you need to sit on the board for 5-6 hours, and you need a lot of concentration. And how will you be able to concentrate if you're tired and hungry and sleepy?
Yeah.
As unfit, like if you're unfit, it will show in your game, especially towards the end of the tournament. And if let's say you're playing a very difficult tournament, like World Cup is, for example, very demanding, right? Goes on for a
Yeah, I
month.
mean, the World Cup is demanding if you get far, right?
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
if you don't get far, it's over in 2 days, and then you're on the flight home. So
True.
so it's kind of good if you are getting a challenging time in Russia. But in general, in the 9-round tournament, you might be able to play well or focus well for the first 2 or 3 days. But if you have 1 round a day, some tournaments have 2 rounds a day, consecutive days, and some games might last 4 hours. So that sort of thing is quite essential. A lot of people don't get why fitness is important in chess. But most of these people, they are not chess players, so they wouldn't understand. And I get it. I get
But yeah,
why.
fitness is not just important for chess. Yeah, it's important for life. Meanwhile, you have only like 2 minutes to go for the next game, so maybe
You want
quickly
to
go
check out?
through
Yeah,
this.
you want to check out the
Yes.
Artemiev game? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a Tromposky, and Artemiev, he just put his pawns on d4, e3, c3. This is a structure common to both Tromposky as well as the London system. You put the knight on d2, bishop can be on g5, that's Tromposky. On f4, it's the London system, but the other things are the same. And then you just take the knight to e5, bishop to d3, knight to e5, and you get a pretty nice initiative on the king side and good control of the center. So this is an opening setup everyone can play. Knight to e5. After the knight goes to e5, the next thing is the pawn to f4. So you support this e5 pawn with the pawn on f4, which also contributes towards attack on the king side. And even the women's world number one, Hu Yifan, could not withstand this attack from such a simple setup. So this is something you all can learn and replicate in your own games, blitz or classical. She tried to open up space for her king with f6, takes, and here Artemio, he starts playing very strategically because you cannot just brute force and rush. So he plays queen g5, takes control of all the dark squares around here. Then the rook came to e1 because he wants to break open with e4 and get access to this weak e6 pawn. So takes e4, and now f5, combining the weaknesses and the attack against the king. This rook on a6 a bit offside, whereas white is attacking in full concentration with all his forces firing on all cylinders. And pretty soon he converted this game. Queen to e5, rook to e3. The white pieces are faster because they're in a better position. This rook to g3, and now knight b3, and knight comes to d4. So one more piece into the attack. How harmoniously Artemiev plays. He's just amazing, and no wonder he's in the lead. So knight to f5, queen to e6, and now knight d6 is a threat. Black cannot really do much to prevent it because she's strategically so much worse than white. And after king f8, knight d6, black loses at least a piece and also gets mated pretty soon. So Ifan resigned at this point, and this was the game between Artemiev and Ifan. Meanwhile, we have the live games start. The live games have begun. So Vidit against Gukesh has kicked off, and Arjun against Aronian has also kicked off. And the other game.
Yifan is playing against Adiban actually, and Adiban goes for his pet line with Neo Archangels, as he called it, without the b5 insertion. So he played bishop c5 directly, and this was the game with which he beat Peter Swidler in the recent Banter Blitz, a very, very beautiful game where he plays g5 and then queen d7, some fireworks on the board. So he really likes this line very, very much. And I think we are going to see a very nice game here, because Yifan also is a very active player. So definitely it will be a very interesting game.
Indeed, indeed. And the live position we have on the board, just a normal opening, yeah, good center for white, and black is also neutralizing it quite well. I think AD has equalized successfully, and for AD, this will be he will view this as, I think, one of his best opportunities to try and score, because his opponent is also likewise down on form like AD, and she's approximately rated close to Adiban, whereas all his other opponents outrate him by close to 100 points.
Yeah, and also Ifan hasn't really been playing.
Exactly,
So,
Ifan is also, she's managing. I think we all understand how that feels, yeah, doing a lot of different things and then playing, as opposed to only playing chess.
Yeah, and playing such a strong field in what I think is her first tournament in a couple of years or something. So definitely she's going through, this is going to be a tough challenge.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be a tough challenge.
Yeah, like here, black looks very fine. Yeah.
Yeah, black has got everything he wants in a Roy Lopez. No, he's got his knight on g6, bishop on b7, bishop b6, c5 break as well. I would be very happy to play as black in this position. Even though white's position is also fine, but like to get everything that you want in a setup is definitely an achievement.
True. We never get everything in everything we want in anything.
Right. By the way, oh my God, look at Vidit versus Gukesh. He plays this rook a7 line. Just look at the position. Rook is on a7 again. Why do we always see this rook on a7 like in every game? Even yesterday in Adiban versus Arjun, we saw the rook on a7. It was a very similar position actually. And now also with h4, h6, queen
this is VD's game against who exactly? VD played this against someone in the previous championship.
Mamederov, right? Against Mamederov, I think.
Yeah, Mamederov was one of the opponents, yeah. And
yes.
He played it
thrice actually. He played it against Mamederov, and then he played it twice in the next time in the next Champions Chess Tour as well.
Yeah, I know. Vidit played quite a few games in this variation. And what are your thoughts on this, Kevin?
I mean, firstly, I think this rook a7 move, if I'm not wrong, was recommended by Niels Grendelis in
Chessable?
No, some other course, not Chessable, not Chess24. I cannot quite remember, but I've definitely seen it before.
Niels Grandelius, number one.
Very
right?
well-known theoretician.
Yeah, a Swedish grandmaster who was part of the Magnus team for his World Championship match against Fabiano Caruana.
So generally, these a6 lines, they can also go knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, a6. Yeah, it's like a way for. I think Magnus played many times in the World Rapid and Blitz to sort of imbalance the game, and he actually won a lot of games like that. So I think people are sort of following that trend.
Yeah, and Gukesh in particular, again, his modus operandi is to just pick up some games, recent games, and play some of these interesting ideas, which is not so widely well known, and it works well for him, and it takes very little effort in terms of opening preparation. Maybe we should also try that and see how it goes for us.
Right.
Yeah, but
so with it,
generally this line I don't quite understand the point. So they always put the bishop on e6, which is not common, yeah, like in Queen's Gambit decline.
True.
And then they put bishop on d6, they put knight on d7, play c6, queen c7. So if white does normal stuff, then black will just get everything he wants, like Adiban in the previous game.
Yeah.
That's why I guess this h4 stuff I presume that Vidit knows what he's doing.
Yeah, definitely. He
Probably.
had this exact position against Lee Kwang Liam, by the way, Kevin, in the April edition of the Champions Chess
Right.
Tour.
Yeah, Lee Kwang. Yeah, you found it, Soumya. That's the name that was.
And he also played this against Nils Grandelius himself. So if Nils has recommended 7 line, then maybe Vidit saw that recommendation and decided to play it against him. And they played a game in this line in the ECC Cup, Online Nations Cup, which was held in March, actually. So yeah, this position on the board that we have, this was the same game against Lee Kwang Liam, and Vidit actually lost that game. And he also played e4 in that game as well.
Yeah, true. But I think Vidit is so much wiser from his experiences, and also Gukesh getting low on time so early in the opening. I think Vidit's best chances for scoring is going to be the day 2, and this game is going to be very important for Vidit because he has the white pieces against Gukesh, who is relatively lower rated, lower experienced. And Vidit also has a game against Arjun in the next round. So he will look to at least get 1 win today, if not more, and no losses. So if he can finish with a score of +1 at the end of today, that will put him in a very good spot to qualify in the last day. So today is going to be a very important day for Vidit. And I think this game is also going to be pretty important in terms of how his qualification can be impacted. So D into E4, Queen into E4 on the board. And the immediate threat is, of course, D5 winning this piece. I guess Black will castle shot, yeah?
Castles Bishop D3, G6, Queen E3. And
so
then
can
now the
also play
rook on A7.
Like,
Yeah. This looks... Is this winning already for...
This rook on A7. No, there's D5, there's like...
That explains why he goes King F8, but this is just something that has gone wrong. So also the difference between... Sorry, Soumya.
He could play Queen E7 because Lee Kwang Liam chose for Queen E7 in his game against Vidit. The idea is, of course, the same as short castle with Bishop B3, but Queen E7, you're not committing castle and this attack and trying to exchange the queens, basically.
No, but I think I can explain. I mean, it's a guess. I cannot just enter Gukesh's mind. But I think a big difference between Lee Kwang and Mamadero choosing this, I think they chose this because they liked and enjoyed this position. They wanted to get something unconventional against Vidit. Maybe because they felt Vidit might not be totally at home here, and this was their best chance. But Gukesh, on the other hand, I think maybe this comes out of some kind of fear that Vidit is so well prepared in all the main lines that Gukesh plays. And so he wanted to just try and flee from it. But he doesn't seem all that well prepared here. 5 minutes down, move like King F8. Not quite deeply prepared. He hasn't explored this, spent a lot of time. Either that or he doesn't remember it as well. And I think this could be coming out of some fear to avoid Vidit's strengths. So I think that is the difference between Lee Kwang, Mamadero doing this and Gukesh doing this.
Meanwhile, we have a super chat from Narayan, who also Narayan was also the one who asked us about physical fitness. He asks another question.
I just hope it's not my dad super chatting.
Instead of maybe you're avoiding him too much. You should talk to him a little more, Sri.
And we didn't answer the question about food, yeah? So I think Srinath should answer that one.
The question is about which one? He has another question, by the way, that being a good chess player, fast calculations, does it help in dealing situations in life better?
Kevin, again, feel free to take that one first.
Oh, about food as well, we did not answer it.
Yeah,
right?
We didn't. We somehow deviated to the... Yeah, but the food question was important, but nothing is more important than this Why for Srinath initiative. So later on we'll... But... Yeah,
By the way, I have I have like I don't know. I know a lot of chess players. They don't eat anything during the game, but I actually eat a lot during the game because I feel really hungry. And in 2016, until 2016 or so, I actually 2016. I even remember which tournament. I didn't realize this that I was very hungry during the game, and only and there was a tournament, Aeroflot Open in Moscow, and I did not get to eat much during the tournament. Okay. And I had a very difficult tournament. And in the end of the tournament, I got a really good meal. And I felt like I had had food after a really long time. So it then dawned upon me that I was really hungry throughout the tournament. And that was the reason why I was feeling really tired. So then onwards, I started eating during the game as well. So I actually eat a lot of nuts and some protein bars sometimes, and I drink a lot of water since then. But I think it's very important. But I think it also depends on the player, because many players, they don't eat anything, right? They feel they feel it, they'll go to sleep or something if they eat during the
Yeah, they
game.
feel it. The digestive process interferes with the brain speed. I myself
Right.
And
am along that.
also, I think it depends on the juncture of the game. Like if you're in time trouble, then don't drink too much water. You might have to rush to the washroom. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, that too. I just have a coffee at 2.5 hours. So when the critical phase comes between 3 to 4 hours, hopefully my brain is at its best. And then after the fourth hour, time gets added. So the coffee spike and down. When it's down, I can take some 15-20 minutes to uh, get things back in order. And my routine, during tournaments, breakfast and lunch, I try to eat as fast as I can because I'm preparing for the game. Something light, but not too less. And dinner, we like to chill, go out with friends and stuff. But breakfast and lunch, something as quick and as easy to eat as possible.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, for me, like breakfast is very important during tournaments because it's the one meal where you can eat everything. Otherwise, when you're abroad, half of the things you might not like or might not enjoy. So I always make sure I eat very well in breakfast. What about
Are you
you,
one
Kevin?
of Soumya, are you one of those that go to like late breakfast and then you eat a lot, so maybe you don't need to eat so much during lunch, or you don't take lunch
That's
at
me,
all?
yeah. That's me.
No, I do. I eat. I'm very particular about my food, especially during tournaments. After this 2016 experience, so I eat all three meals, but I eat a lot during lunch. And then the idea is that even if I don't get much food uh, during breakfast, the idea is if I don't get much during lunch, it's okay, because in some countries, for example, in whenever I played in Turkey, I found it very hard to really eat the food that was offered
By the way, guys,
because
there is some interesting action in Arjun Aronia. Um, Arjun Anonian, this is the question right now. Can you guess which opening it came from?
Oh.
Both chat, Kevin, Soumya. You guys guess later. Chat, you guess first. Which opening is this from? Chat, go for it.
I saw
Kevin,
the game,
Soumya,
so
feel
it's
free
hard
to
to
explain
guess.
the current question. Yes, if you try to guess from the question, it might be difficult. But if you try to guess based on who is asking, oh, that see, chat understand. Come on, Soumya, look, chat is so smart.
No wonder you're asking.
Of course, of
Right.
course.
And yeah, definitely the Catalan with the bishop on G2 looking very nice. Also,
Okay, I'll
it's
show you how this came. Okay, because I'll show you how this came because this is, I think, important and interesting. So it started from this opening. People who watch all the CCT might be familiar with the Nakamura Pragnananda game. And in this opening, it goes into this end game. I'll just go through the opening quickly because all this came. And here, what is the overwhelming main move, Kevin?
No, it's no
Rook
idea.
F8. Rook
Rook
F8
F8,
is the
yeah?
overwhelming
Yeah.
main move because this is attacked and but recently Rook F8 came into existence. Very very new move. Not many games here. This was first played by in a game between two Chinese players, Bai Jinshi and Zhao Jun. I don't know. I don't know. Please forgive my pronunciation, Kevin. I
Yeah.
know.
It's fine. It's fine. It's good enough. It's good enough. Chinese
But,
names are notoriously.
Yeah, true. But most recently, this occurred in Nakamura Pragnananda in, of course, the Champion Chess Tour in April, the New in Chess Classic, because Prague has only played one Champion Chess Tour, so that's easy to guess. And the point here is Black gives up this d7 bishop. He allows bishop into f6, rook into d7, bishop into a1, knight into a1, and rook d8. He gives up this and tries to get activity. So this was Nakamura Pragnananda, in which actually Hikaru was in quite a bit of trouble during that game. Not a lot of trouble, but Prag was the one who was pressing, so it can get dangerous for white. Rook d2, knight d5, knight b3, knight into c4. Here, Arjun deviated with rook d4. Hikaru had played rook c2 in the aforementioned game. Instead, rook d4, rook into d4, knight into d4, and knight d6, f4. Till this point, Aronian was in his preparation. He had like 17 minutes, but now he started thinking a bit. And in the present position which we have, I think it looks like white might have chances. What do you guys think?
Yeah, this looks very promising for white, huh? Because normally the side with the rook, you want the rook to be active, to be able to attack the pawns, especially a2. If you can get the a2 pawn, then the queen side pawns go rolling. But now I don't quite see how black can ever
get the rook into the
activate.
play.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Something
indeed.
There's no knight e7 because presumably knight takes a7 is a move.
He goes rook c7, but I think maybe g4 now. Yeah, knight moves here and knight d4. In any case, this other knight comes to d4.
Yeah, I guess you try to make king d7 work.
Yeah, but I can maybe just take this and maybe no. Then I have knight.
No, you take the knight. Take the knight. Yeah.
And I was thinking
bishop c6. Yeah, that would be nice. And then you get the king over to the queen side.
Yeah, you control everything of black and then bring your king up. So that's kind of what is happening so far. 97,
that's a
94
wonderful plan which Kevin pointed out with putting the bishop on c6 and then getting the king, because putting the knight on c6 is not so useful, right? Black will get king to d7, but with the bishop on c6 it controls everything. Wow, very, very nice plan.
Yeah. And
by the way,
also
his game is heating up. He has just played knight e5. Can we have a look at his position? Because black played queen e7 and white was actually threatening knight g6 in the position after knight e5.
Yeah, I think VD has very, very good chances of winning this game.
Oh, he has
of course,
fantastic position, right? I mean, he can even play a move like f4 here.
Yeah,
he can play rook e.
Yeah, f4 looks very strong, by the way.
Yeah, f4 is very strong. True.
Rook on a7 is a miserable looking piece.
Oh my god, I pity
you just
him
can't
so
forgive
much.
that rook on a7, can you?
The only other rook worse than a7 was h8. Like both rooks are definitely the opening has gone very wrong for Gukesh.
Yeah, true.
Absolutely.
Soumya, you're saying?
No, I really pity the king on f8, the rook on a7, rook on h8. All of them are competing to be the worst placed piece in the position, actually. Can't really point out which is worse than the other. And yeah, definitely, I think Vidit will convert this advantage. By the way, Adiban versus Yifan has also progressed a lot, and Adi's knight on f4 looks really good, but the bishop on b7 is currently blocked by the pawns. Can we have a look on that game?
Yeah. We heard on the screen. And,
awesome. So at first glance, it looks like black is doing really well, but I feel like the bishop on b7 is so blocked that now also white is actually threatening knight a5, knight c6 in some cases. So it seems like white also has her own plans in this position. I mean, even rook a7, queen a8 could be an idea. But then black
True.
always has queen b6 and rook a8, so maybe that's not the best. Yeah, she goes for this knight a5 plan. What do you think,
Also
Kevin?
C,
You would prefer to be white or black in this position?
I'll prefer white. I mean, I was thinking of C4 actually. Like,
Oh, c4. Okay.
instead of 95. So to try to bring the other
Okay.
piece into the game. If you cannot really allow C5, as in white to play C5. So after C4, you have to take, yeah, and knight A C5, knight A C4, sorry, knight C4. Getting all my knights all wrong. Looks kind of dangerous, no?
Yeah, absolutely. I think white has clear superiority on the queen side. Even with knight a5, c4 is an option.
Still can play
in
C4
future.
later. Yeah, that's true.
And rook b1 combined with c4. No, I think white has rook b1 you cannot play because a5 would hang. But in general, white has clear superiority on the queen side. There is absolutely no doubt about that. And for black, with knight d7, he threatens to do some queen g5 kind of thing. But at this moment, black doesn't have much going on the king side. So the position is clearly better for white. But typically in these kind of situations, when white tries to do something on the other side, that's when black enters on the king side and upsets white's plans. So it's not easy for white to also, move around. Yeah, she has played c4, which was expected, to be honest. And I guess AD he will do something with knight c5. Maybe take a knight c5 or, takes knight d into c4 will be taken. And now knight c5, knight f6. And what else can we do?
But knight c5 runs into knight c6, right? If bishop c6, pawn into, and the d6 pawn is... Oh, you can play rook e6. Is that what you mean?
No, I just didn't see knight c6 Soumya. But she goes bishop a4.
Mm-hmm. Bishop a4. Wow. Yifan is always... But isn't c3 possible here? C3,
Yeah, C3
maybe
is
just
possible.
knight b3. Maybe knight b3 or knight c4, maybe.
Yeah,
C3,
knight c4 and maybe just move away. No, this attacks everything, yeah?
No, bishop a4 is very flashy, yeah?
Yeah.
Very...
Also, I should
Was
mention
it-
that, Hu Yifan, maybe she doesn't play a lot, but when she plays really well. I remember she kind of outplayed Nihal in Cabdaj in 2019. She hadn't played a lot at that time, and then she comes back and beats one of the top guys in the world, top juniors.
Oh, she's world number one in women, has been world champion for 3 times. So yes, definitely super strong player. Currently the strongest player in women.
AD
for
goes
sure.
rook f8 right away. He wants to try and get f5 and weaken the d5 pawn. But I think she will take this. Yeah, this was an
Yeah, they will take the knight
strategically,
queen.
and then just take the pawn. How do you take the pawn?
Knight dc4. Knight dc4.
Yeah, knight dc4. Also thinking the same because you want to have something against f5. Yeah, and also better to have this knight on e5. I think white is just clearly better here and on the way to winning.
But knight
Which is
d4,
also...
I will play bishop a6. No, I won't allow you to... Like, I will play bishop a6 now. Now your knights are tied down to each other, no?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I misspoke there. White is not on the way to winning. White is clearly better, but not on the way to winning. That was...
Bishop a6 is strong, eh? Didn't see this.
Yeah, true. But she goes bishop c6. Not able to predict Hu Yifan's moves. And AD is playing really fast.
C8, wow. Bishop c8.
Building towards
maybe
f5.
It's the only... Because bishop a6 he rejected because of bishop d7, queen d7 and knight c6 and okay. Even that would have been okay after knight c6, right? Because rook b6 runs into what? No, actually this would also have been fine, but he goes bishop c8, which was completely unexpected.
No, but now black gets counterplay. I think AD wanted to play bishop c8 for a long time. because he wants to go this F5 stuff. Yeah, so finally he gets a chance to play bishop c8 without allowing knight c6.
Right.
And he quickly grabbed the opportunity. Yeah, so now F5 is coming.
Right.
At
Bishop
some moment he will
D7, she
play.
should have taken it when she had the chance, right? She should have taken that knight, perhaps.
I think so. Yeah, because now this kind of risky. Yeah, for I don't know. It feels a bit more. It's easier for black to play now. You go king h7, some f5, some rook g8, g5. You know.
But there is still rook a7 in this position. For example, rook a7, f5, rook g3, but you always have g5, yeah?
Here, maybe not. Here is...
It's so risky. I know. It looks so risky, but...
Wow.
Maybe it just works.
Yeah.
Maybe,
wow,
yeah, it looks very weakening, but what to do? Rook f7 is another option instead of g5. By the way, let's have a look at Vidit's game once we are done with evaluating this one. Maybe instead of g5, rook f7 and black would be okay, right, Shri?
Sorry, when exactly?
Instead of g5, rook f7 and black should be okay in this position.
I think maybe
because
after
the knight on
f4... Sorry, go ahead.
I also get the feeling that black should be okay here. And also there might be other options than f5. Yeah? Maybe black has other ways to create pressure here. Maybe something like bishop a6.
Oh my god.
Rook b4.
Maybe you can start playing on this side, rook b4, queen b8.
Queen b8, yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Get all the pieces out. So yeah, I think black is doing absolutely fine here.
Right. By the way, let's go to Vidit's game. It seems like Vidit played f4 in that position, which we were looking at, and he has a huge advantage now. After f4, black played knight f6, queen to c2, c5, d into c5, bishop e5, fe5, and knight d7. And the rook on a7 is still on a7. It hasn't come out. The king is still on f8. Rook is still on h8. Oh my god. Looks very bad for Gukesh. You can play knight e4 even in this position.
Yeah, it's a typical Gukesh position, I should say.
Queen f2.
Chat, queen f2. What if black takes knight into c5? What do you think Vidit has in mind? This is your time to shine again. So knight into c5, white to play and win. Go for it. That was a finally we found a situation where we immediately didn't shout out the move. Yeah.
It's a good position to ask the chat.
Yes.
Yeah, and queen f2 is it's specifically aimed at preventing black from taking on c5. Also improving the queen, but yeah. No, but honestly, despite the position being overwhelmingly, chat found. Oh no, they did not find. Yeah, some of them found it correctly. So let me read out the people who found it correctly on Ritvik Radhakrishnan, Ishan, aka Chacha. Then
the alternative looks also winning. Yeah, the suggestion of b4 also looks like it wins. It
but
probably
knight b3 check, no?
Win. King b2. You still trap the knight somehow. Like knight d5. Eventually you win the knight. It's not as clean.
I was also thinking the same.
Yeah, it's not as clean as the other one.
Yeah, it's not as clean as the other one. Meanwhile, in the other chat, so many people. Wow. Akshit Tiwari, Lucky, Anuj, Shringi, Soumya Virmani, Bondita Bhagwati, Jimmy Barot, and Puki11, etc. Well done, guys. Well done, all of you. And Swarali also went for b4. Not a bad move. But I think this is a lot smoother. Which one would you go for, Soumya? b4 or rook d8?
I would go for rook d8 because it wins on the spot.
Yeah. Soumya's answer is the final answer, guys. I'm sorry. Disappoint all of you who suggested b4. Queen
So,
F2.
Oh, I think AD has blundered the E5 pawn.
oh my God.
AD, why do
What?
you do this, man? Why do you do this? AD. How could you
God.
miss knight into E5? He did all the other
Oh,
things
oh,
correctly. Bishop A6, Rook B4, everything
But
correctly, and then. Hey, but there is still hope. There is still hope. His pieces are really well positioned. It's not such a big advantage.
yeah, but now he's struggling clearly.
Um,
How
yeah,
did
but
this happen? Sorry, if you go back a few moves.
Queen.
he was
Actually,
playing too fast.
he played knight c5, and for that Ifan played rook a7, and he played bishop a6, which is a
Yeah,
cool
we
move
discussed this,
actually.
yeah?
He like trapped that rook, right?
Yeah.
It's a nice move to play.
Mm-hmm.
So white played king h2. Sorry, getting out of this back rank problems, and any knight e2 check anything. And black played rook b4. Again, a good move, I guess. But it also after that he played queen b8, which probably is not good, because after queen b8, rook 8 came in, queen c7, rook f8,
Sri,
and this was
he's
probably
following all your moves, Sri. This was exactly what Sri said like
I know,
5 minutes ago.
and that turned out to be the problem, because I think rook 8, queen c7 takes knight into e5 came by force.
yeah.
I think
So
he should have slowed down a bit.
Instead,
Maybe
I was
like
thinking
queen f6 maybe would have been good. What do you think? Queen f6
yeah, I was
instead
thinking of
queen
queen f6. Yeah, don't go queen b8, go queen f6.
Yeah, true. Queen f6 was
And
good.
then the other rook comes to b8. Yeah.
And I think he would have been dominating here, yeah, because Ifan was also getting very low on time.
Yeah, bishop on c6 becomes sort of redundant.
Yeah, instead he went rook 8 and
yeah, okay.
this is what has happened.
Very
But I think it's still okay. It's still okay for black, I think. There's still counterplay. White has less time. So queen c3. We'll just count on AD to come up with something, because I don't really want to calculate in this question as black.
So queen c3, actually the rook on b4 doesn't have many squares to go to if you just look carefully. You can't go to b3, can't go to b2, can't go to b1, can't go to a4, can't go to c4. He can't take e4 as well. But right now it's protected, so he simply leaves it at b4 and plays queen f6. Oh,
Yeah, he has
queen
his
f6
pieces
is
in
an
good
odd move.
squares, kind of keeping white in a
No,
bind.
but
That is the reason.
e5, e5.
Queen f4, then g3, right?
Yeah,
e5,
G3,
queen
yeah.
f4,
E5 is a
g3,
problem.
right? That's your idea.
Yeah, that's my idea. If takes knight takes e5, and
E5 is a big problem. It splits black's board into two.
Oh my God!
but
Did
there's some,
c5?
but you need to calculate this, yeah, because after the e5 de, what happens?
DE, knight e5,
Knight
f2.
e5.
Do you take or no, you don't take?
Yeah, this is
Oh,
don't
you
know
can
what's
give queen
happening.
f4.
Knight d3, knight d3 though.
No. I'm sorry. After knight e5, you can play queen
Queen
f4
f4
check. And after rook g3, the e5 knight is
No, then you
hanging.
lose. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
white loses, right?
king h1. No, but yeah, but now this gets messy. So maybe it's not that
Yeah,
good.
after
This e5.
g3, e5 knight hangs. After g3, queen f2 is a check, and after king g1, anyway f2 is hanging. So he has to. So yeah, this is actually good for.
To understand this position. What is this position?
Black.
Okay, so king. Let's go king h1. I'm trying to work out the tactics. King h1, knight f2, king g1.
Knight f to check.
You are going king h1, so that after knight f2 check, king g1 you want to play.
And rook f3.
But
rook f3
isn't it like checkmate after? Oh, I can play knight h3 at least. Knight h3 with the idea that after rook h3, I have rook b1 and knight b1, queen h1, you have king h2. Sorry. Queen f1, you have king h2. So this doesn't work. No, these
The game has gone in a different
Black has
direction,
to
by
be
the way.
careful. I think.
The game has gone in
Huh.
a totally different direction. Ifan played Queen A3,
Queen
and then
A3.
she just took
Oh,
Rook into
none of
B4.
our ideas were
Oh,
Yeah,
considered.
especially AD's ideas. And now
yeah.
it's just lost, yeah.
This is probably more
Even Queen
pragmatic.
C8, Queen F5 looks tempting to me.
Oh no.
Also, Queen E2 is strong. Yeah.
Yeah, Queen
Oh no.
E2.
Queen
What
Queen E2
E2.
just
happened
wins a
there?
piece. The third
Hey, what a
minor
nice.
piece.
Knight is trapped, yeah? I don't see how to get out.
Yeah.
There's no knight takes E4. There's no tricks.
Yep.
Oh, Queen A3 is seriously strong. The idea was to take on D3 and take on A6. Wow.
Oh, Queen A3, what a move.
Very nice.
I guess
Maybe
with
she
that,
maybe
Hoifan is probably going to get her first win of the tournament, yeah. And AD is no longer going to have company where he is. Queen F4 check, Knight G3, and he has to resign. Okay, he goes H5, maybe one more move, H4, and then
And
he
then resign.
probably has to resign. Yeah.
this game turned around really fast. I mean, it looked like Black was the one dominating, and then one bad move, Queen B8, and Huyufan just killed it from there.
Yeah, yeah. True.
Queen A3 is seriously strong, actually. I mean, we were all like looking towards the center, and she finds this completely difficult move to find with Queen going to the side and attacking all these the A6 bishop as well as the B4 rook at the same time.
Yeah.
Very nice tactic there.
Moving on, one of the updates, Arjun has lost his game against Levan Oronian. The game turned around quite quickly. I know a lot of you were already looking at it on the chat, and we have the final update as well for those who hadn't looked at it. And the VD game against Gukesh has also turned. They are both having less than a minute each, and the position looks quite complex for both of them.
No, but Gukesh has done very well to get this position. Like both rooks are out.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah.
He's done well. The rook on A7 is out. The rook on H8 is out.
Now look at how beautifully coordinated his rooks are now. You know, like at some moment, rook H6 goes to C6 or something. Rook E6.
Yeah,
exactly. Even the king is on G8. It's not on F8 also, where it was so much more weaker. But even the king is safe on G8. He's done really
And he wins
well.
the pawn. He wins the pawn, yeah? Like C5.
How? Takes?
No, take on
Bishop into E4 first or what?
I thought bishop E4 first. But maybe there was something.
Yeah, but maybe I don't mind this. Knight into C5, just move the bishop somewhere.
No, BC5 I thought BC5.
BC5 also bishop F5.
Okay, then the rook swings to B6.
Rook swings to B6 and
yeah, okay, the game is moving quite fast. So I quite like rook E6 as well. Yeah, I also quite like it.
No, but also white is not worse here, yeah? White has no reason to be worse, I think. It's probably just equalized.
Just psychologically speaking, feels like black is taking over the position.
I also feel psychologically it's harder to play with white because he was much better, and now he's like black's all his pieces are playing, no?
Initially, yes. Initially, it would have been difficult to adapt, but I think by now VD has he has accepted that the position is equal. We'll see. But I think VD will just.
Queen
he has
E5
4
nice.
seconds.
Queen E5 nice move.
Yeah, Queen E5 is a nice move. Queen C3. I think white is still holding on because black will take on B6. White plays rook E2, defends the B2 pawn, and then how does black?
Queen F4.
So rook into B6, rook E2.
Queen F4.
Queen F4, knight G5.
Some take.
Knight G5.
No, take on
knight.
What is knight G3?
What? Queen into G3? Queen into G3? What?
Blunder,
what is knight G3?
Blunder, yeah? Just blunder.
Oh my god. Where is VD's reaction?
Oh no.
Oh, he blundered it.
Knight G3. Oh my god, this is unbelievable from Vidit. I think out of inertia, he's just going to continue for some time. But unbelievable, guys, unbelievable. What is knight g3? It just
So he just cracked under, like, you know,
Under pressure.
with like 5-10 seconds left, and
no something. Yeah, something went.
this.
Something happened.
No,
I
but
can't explain
that's
what.
what happened, Shri. I think he had such a great position, and suddenly all of Black's pieces came into play, and Black was the one who was dictating the terms. I think that's what happened there. Like, it's hard to accept it in such less time, and also he had very less time on the clock to take a decision as well, right?
Yeah, I understand,
So
but I thought I just expected a seasoned professional like VD to be
Yeah,
impervious to it.
VD is kind of a different league altogether. So you don't really expect him to collapse in such a manner.
Yeah, I know. And I mean, I'm just speechless. The Huifan AD game is still on, by the way. AD has just resigned. He just resigned and leaves his chair. This is such a sad round for most Indians, except Gukesh. No, I mean, I'm happy for Gukesh, but on the other hand, AD lost, Arjun lost, but the manner in which VD kind of imploded, that really.
Shall we take a look at how the game progressed to that stage with Blacks managing to coordinate his pieces?
The Vidit game, right?
Yeah, the video game.
Yeah. So we were around this F4 point. Yeah, F4, knight F6, queen
C2,
C2.
I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, C5 takes, knight D7, queen
over
F2.
here,
Yeah, we were at this point.
Shri, what do you think? This Queen F2 move, it looks really nice, but isn't like Knight E4, Knight D6 a very good way to just bring your pieces? And maybe
Yeah,
even Bishop Rook D6, Rook D1, even this, like after Knight E4.
after 94, what? Bishop
Like,
C2,
and after Knight E4, he takes on E5, right? Black takes on
Yeah.
E5. And now even like Bishop E2, Rook D6, Rook D1 is an idea.
Yeah, Soumya, I think you're absolutely right. The queen on C2, going to F2, it's not such a major improvement. He could have saved a tempo with knight D4, knight D6, and later decided about the queen. Also, rousing this rook from A7 to A8, it didn't really help with it at all in the future. So he could have really started with knight D4, knight D6, gone bishop E2. I think you're absolutely right. It would have made a whole lot of sense. And
or even
C3,
like not putting the knight on d6 but the rook on d6, like bishop e2 and just rook on d6 and rook on d1, double on the d5.
Yeah. He
The
had all
knight
the
on
attractive
e4
options.
actually supports the c5 pawn, so it's actually very useful on e4
But
because
bishop E2,
black
you have to watch out for bishop F5, maybe. But maybe it
rook
works well.
d4
Rook F1 also maybe.
or even rook d4.
Yeah, Rook D4. Rook D4, I'm not so sure. Yeah, some knight C6.
Okay, you want to play the
Yeah,
knight c6. Yeah, rook f1 might be the move then. Rook f1.
G6. Rook F1, G6.
Yeah, Rook G6. And
Now rook f4. No, rook f4 looks odd.
yeah, Rook F4
So
looks
white does
a
have
bit
some problems to solve.
Yeah, he has some
Right.
problems to solve. But I was thinking something like G4 should be crushing him.
No,
But maybe
knight
not.
g4?
You take this.
No,
King G7.
no, knight.
Yeah,
No, knight
takes and
G4, I was
kings.
intending queen C3.
Right.
Yeah, this looks good.
But the problem is you take and then give a check and go king g7. No, this is also not so great for black. Rook d5 is a threat.
No, don't take first. Go King G7.
Yeah, don't take just king g7. Yeah, but now rook d5
And
there's
rook
rook
d5?
e8. Yeah, the advantage can slip. It's a bit of a it's an advantage of a temporary nature, and I think it could slip. It could slip away if with a few inaccuracies. If black manages to get his pieces coordinated. So with it did have a tricky task, but also simple moves, knight e4, knight into e5. Maybe just start with knight d6. Just don't allow this bishop f5. Then get bishop e2, rook to e1. I think it's black just cannot defend. Yeah, rook to e1, and you have all these threats on the e5, e5, e6, and e7. All of them piled up together. it remains very likely that black loses something here.
Okay, so after 94, can I go bishop f5?
That would make sense. Yes, that would make sense. But it's not the exact same thing here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
For starters, I can do bishop c4, bishop d5. That's one big difference. And
But also, I have ideas of queen e5 instead and knight c5.
Yeah, you have knight c5. Yes. What do you think, Soumya?
Yeah, bishop f5 looks fun anyway.
Bishop e5 looks good.
Bishop f5, maybe bishop f5. I like this move g4 in general, but I'm not sure if it fits in.
I also like g4. Why are we rejecting g4?
I'll take, I guess.
Black's king
g4.
is in the center. No? We should open the position. Like logically, it looks correct.
Yeah, true. Yeah. G4, bishop into g4.
Yeah, we are just trying to make Gukesh positions work here. Like, I don't think anyone likes to defend this position.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Gukesh is very, very, very slippery. Very slippery. You give him some chances and...
Bishop e2 we can play, no? And just carry on with this game.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, bishop e2 here probably. And
yeah,
good compensation.
Yeah, this is, I think, good compensation anyhow. Yeah, anyhow. Even rook d4 looks nice to me here. But bringing in... Yeah, I think bishop f5, there should be more than one move which retains advantage. Bishop d3 also I liked. You know, the point is if you take this knight and knight into c5, there is rook d8 again.
No, but bishop d3, I go knight e5 now.
Yeah, knight e5, I saw rook f1. The thing is, any variation related to this, there's queen d8 check incoming. So you're
queen
not
e4,
really
queen e4. Queen e4, you take the queen. Sorry. Yeah.
I take the queen, or maybe I take the queen and then rook d8. Yeah.
So here, yeah, that's difficult.
Yeah, rook f1, and then I was even thinking knight d6. You know, even sacrificing the exchange if need be, and getting right to the king.
G6. Okay, I mean, this is as good as it gets for black, I think.
Yeah, as good as it gets.
Position wasn't great.
I'm always happy to play queen c3. Yeah, okay, long story short, it's... I think queen f2 was maybe the first inaccuracy, yeah? We can all agree with that.
Rook A8. Allowing, even forcing black to play rook A8, actually. And after knight e4, knight e5 also he had an advantage, I'm sure. But maybe knight d6 again was not required. Just... I don't know. Can we play rook d6 or knight d6 is the best move, because it anyway, otherwise it allows rook c8. So maybe knight d6 is also aimed at preventing rook c8, right?
I think knight d6 also, it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, just putting the knight here and not just preventing rook c8, but taking in control a lot of squares in general. So knight d6, h5, bishop e2, rook h6. h5, rook h6 was a really nice one by Gukesh. And after rook e1, queen c7, I think this position should also be better for white. But here the problem is it's not absolutely clear how you can convert this concretely. So I think here is where Vidit slipped up. You know, he started taking a lot of time. He couldn't find a clear way, and he lost his way, and everything tumbled down. So this was the critical point.
Also, if you guys are interested in seeing some flashy lines, I checked the game with the engine quickly, and basically after knight e4 instead of queen f2, bishop f5, there was a very flashy way to win as well, apart from the moves we were looking at. A move like c6 also works here.
I saw c6, but after being to c6, I didn't see how to continue. Queen f2.
Nice.
Exactly. Nice.
So it's a double attack. So
Oh.
c6 and knight e5, c7 is the idea. So,
Sri, that's why we are not playing Sri.
I know.
Yeah, C6
but
is
of
very
course,
long.
this is very flashy, and even a simple move like g4 or bishop d3, as Shri suggested, maybe even that works.
Soumya. So after C6, if I don't take the pawn, I go knight E5. Oh, you go C7
c7,
or
that is the point. Yeah, c7 I want to play.
rook 8, rook 8. Okay, looks
Rook
good for
8,
How? Where exactly? Where are you guys?
So bishop F5 here,
Mm-hmm.
C6, knight E5.
Knight e5.
no, knight e5, want to play c7, right?
Yeah, and rook 8.
Yeah, and
Defend
here,
like
okay, there are many moves. I'll just show you the most brilliant ones, which our dear friend Stockfish is suggesting. Queen c3.
Stockfish versus Kevin.
I'm no
Yes,
match.
queen c3. No, actually, like this pawn on c7 itself is like such a nice pawn to have. But okay, queen c3, and you can even play knight d6 on the next move. You can play rook
Queen
d5 on
C3?
the next move.
Queen C3, you're saying, yeah?
Yeah, because bishop e4 is not possible anymore because
C7.
queen.
No, wait, sorry. So after knight E5,
I hope we
C7,
are
rook
on the
A8.
same position. No,
No, we are
Shri,
not.
after c7. After c7.
Sri is just
C7,
ignoring everything
rook.
you say.
we are on the wrong position. c7, rook
Okay.
8, and now queen c3. Because basically the bishop is tied down to protect the c8 square, and white is free to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, Queen C3 is insane.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. But
I-
so there were many. Actually, I think that's the same problem as Anish's game. Like there was a lot of choice basically White had, and he had to make that choice and take decisions because he was definitely better. But sometimes you're spoiled for choice and you end up going wrong there.
Yeah, true. But on the other hand, it's just. I mean,
Yeah, it's a
on
pity.
the,
It's a pity for sure to miss such a nice game.
yeah, it's a pity, and also, I mean, it just. It's just you have to score these points, yeah. Otherwise, you're just never going to get there into the top 8, no matter what you do, if you repeatedly don't win such positions. So, it's just what it is, bluntly speaking. And yeah, so that's about it.
by the way, guys, do you want to check out this Magnus against Anish Giri's game? The final position is
Oh yeah, actually,
people were actually
look at this
game
position,
of
man. Wow.
what was the final position? Wow,
4 pieces for
what
the
a
queen.
draw! What a beautiful game. Do we have time to look at it, or is it already
we do
time
have
for
time. We do have time.
No, so
Maybe we can quickly look at this
Danny,
game.
yeah, Danny is trying to win the drawn rook ending, so that game will last for another 50 moves. So we have all the time in the world.
True.
Right. So let's just have a quick look at Magnus versus Anish, which was definitely the game of the round. And E4, E5. Do we have the game on the board? Game on the
We
screen
do.
right now?
Yeah, we do.
So E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4, knight F6, the Italian variation. D3, bishop C5, castle D6, C3, castle, rook E1, A6, A4, everything is theory. Bishop A7, knight BD2. यहाँ पे black played knight G4, rook E2 and king H8. This is the idea is to go F5. And for H3, does black take knight F2 and still play F5?
Yeah, black can do this in certain variations. I'm not entirely sure if it works here. So after H3, typically, yes, Kevin?
Yeah, I think firstly, in terms of move order wise, my understanding is that instead of knight bd2, white goes h3 when black castles in the Italian.
Yeah,
So
after
not,
black castles. Yeah.
yeah, whenever black castles short, you go h3 to stop all these knight g4 ideas. But after knight bd2, rook knight g4, rook e2, king h8, h3. So there are some lines that goes like knight h6, right, and f5, or even f5 with h3 if you want to move
Right.
you want to get the move to the
h3.
pieces.
What do you do?
So instead of h3, so h3, h6, and then it's like normal stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So instead, if knight bd2, knight g4,
Rook e2,
Rook e2, king
and
h8.
here
yeah,
h8.
yeah, h3. There's even like f5.
Yeah, f5. Yeah, true. There's also f5, and then there is knight h6,
and then knight h6,
and
like crazy stuff.
Right. So this makes much more sense actually than knight f2, rook f2, bishop f2, king f2. Going f5 after h3, so that after hg you can take fg, and then next move when the knight moves you can come queen h4. So that's the point. And white played b4 after a 3-minute think here. He decides not to simply ignore black's plan, so black played f5, bishop b3, bishop d7, rook a2. Look at white's moves. Like, I mean, it's almost as if white doesn't care what black is up to at all. Black played queen e8, bringing another piece to the king side. He wants to go queen g6
no,
or queen
clearly,
h5.
I think Magnus's opening went wrong. Yeah, all the fun that Anish makes about
Yes.
Magnus not remembering his lines, he actually showed it in the game today.
So queen e8, white took ef5 finally, because otherwise black is just like getting everything that he wants. So white took ef5 and bishop f5, and I thought he would put a knight on e4 here, but he was probably uncomfortable with bishop e4, pawn into and rook into f3 ideas, or maybe queen g6 and rook into f3 ideas, one of the two. So he actually went knight f1, bishop e6, and b5. Already, like, it's really not clear like what Magnus had in mind. So after bishop b3, queen b3, he played knight e7, and finally he closed this bishop with d4. So I think here somewhere Magnus must have breathed a huge sigh of relief, because finally the bishop on a7 is closed, and he can now carry out his own plans. So knight g6, c4, maybe here like bishop e6 was not the most accurate move, right? Like to allow this d4 idea, and maybe something else could have
at this point you're saying,
like, yeah, like after ef5, bishop f5, knight f1. But it's not clear what black could have also done, because bishop on b3 is actually very strong. So bishop e6 is a very logical move as well to exchange this bishop. Bishop e6,
like actually,
b5.
like, sorry, like a couple of moves ago, instead of queen e8, I was already thinking like, shouldn't black have gone like f4?
guys, by the way, we are going so slow that the next game has begun.
All right. So let's just complete this game after
Yeah,
queen
let's
e8.
just show the rest of the game.
Yeah, sure.
ef5, bishop f5, knight f1, bishop e6, b5, bishop b3, queen b3, knight e7, d4. Finally, white solved a lot of his issues. And knight g6, c4, e4, black played. But the pawn is still pinned, and white can actually play knight g5 as well, but white played knight g3, attacking the pawn on e4, ef3. Oh my god, queen sack once more by Anish Giri after his game with So Wesley. Rook e8, rook e8. Now rook e1 is the threat. So queen d1 was played, knight h4. Oh my god, now knight g2 coming in. White played h3, f into g2. F into g2. Wow, he did not take knight g2 for some reason. He went, because maybe after bishop d2. Wow. Maybe bishop d2 is the defensive move after knight g2, controlling e1. Anyway, h3, fg was taken. Rook e2. Oh my god, what is happening? Rook into e2. This game cannot be seen very fast, but still we are trying our best to explain it. Rook into e2, queen e2,
No, but
knight
maybe
f2.
we
Looks
can
like
return
white
to
is
this game one of the future breaks, yeah, because the game a lot of moves in the live game now. So I think
Oh, we
yeah,
can
and
finish this
also
game because it's still the opening, like the
and
in
even
yeah,
the
yeah.
Anish's next game has ended, by the way.
What? What are you saying? Oh my god!
Yeah, Anish made a
But
draw
let's
after
complete
9
this
moves.
game.
Berlin.
No, let's just go. Let's just cut to the live action. Arjun with it. Both of them at 3 out of 7, and we have the Sveshnikov main line with knight c2, bishop g5 on the board.
Arjun is playing against Vidit, and Vidit goes for Sveshnikov. Wow!
Yeah, I think
But
it's a
it
pretty
went to
understandable decision because Vidit kind of has to win. Yeah,
Vidit went by this four knights move order, by the way, which we had seen him employ actually in the previous
indeed,
Champions
indeed,
Chess Tour as
indeed,
well.
indeed. Yeah,
So
yeah,
he did
yeah.
not go by the Sveshnikov move order, and there is a way to force the Sveshnikov in this four knights by bishop f4 on the seventh move. e5 is forced, otherwise the d6 pawn is hanging, and bishop g5, and now you have the Sveshnikov on the board.
Yeah,
So
we got the Sveshnikov main line, and here Arjun went knight d5, bishop e7, bishop into f6, bishop into f6, c3, rook d8, and now knight c2, bishop g5, a4, b into a4. This is already one of the main lines, and both
Yes.
Arjun and Vidit have been flashing out the moves. The first 19 moves played instantly. Arjun has close to 17 minutes. Vidit has also close to 17 minutes. And I'm really curious to see what idea Arjun has in mind, because he probably anticipated that Vidit will go for this four knights. He's clearly prepared. Vidit has also played quite a bit of Sveshnikov in the past. It was one of his main openings in a few years ago. So really curious what he has in mind. And this is also a pretty important Indian derby, both of them at 3 out of 7. And again, one of them really has to win to try and get to the top 8, to get to the quarterfinals. And at this point, we are still in mainline theory. The nature of Sveshnikov is such that you have all these 30 move openings, 30 move theories. And this has been played by Arjun against Gukesh last year, this exact sequence until this point, until Queen D3, when Gukesh played Bishop E7 here. He played Bishop E7, allowing Arjun to play Knight to D5, and Arjun ended up winning that game. With it deviates with Bishop E6. This is the first new move. And I don't think either. Do you guys play the main line with 3d4 against the Sveshnikov after 2 knight c6? Either of you?
No,
sorry, what?
I never allow this Sveshnikov stuff.
No, I used to
Sveshnikov
play the main line. I mean, it
Sveshnikov is
depends
too
on my.
strong. Depends on the mood.
Yeah, I do play. I play the c4 or else c3 as well. I play both the
So
options.
have you looked at this question? Have you looked at this variation?
Yeah, I've seen this before. This is kind of old, yeah. But until this rook b6, it's kind of old theory, no?
Yeah,
Or am I wrong?
Yeah.
It is kind of old theory.
Queen d6, rook b6, queen d3, and bishop e6. I think this is all theory. Now maybe bishop c4 or castle, right? Castle also works. Are you guys here?
Yeah, but no, I was responding to the chat. But yeah, it seems like Vidit has got the first surprise in. Yeah, this bishop e6, probably not anticipated by Arjun, and also it's not entirely a new move. This was played in the Grishtuk Caruana in Norway chess, lot of games. So Black's point, as I imagine, if Black had gone bishop e7 directly, then White has this knight d5 move. And once again, I think chat can get into this. What if black takes rook into a6? Now how does white continue? Why doesn't bishop e7 work? So another question for the chat. And meanwhile, the other pairings for this round, Gukesh against Ali Reza Firuja.
Wow, that's a nice game. That's a nice game to follow.
Yes. And AD against Wesley So, although no King's Gambit this time. But I can see that Gukesh is already losing against Ali Reza within the first 10 moves. He
forgot some theory, yeah? He forgot some theory.
Yeah. He blended something.
I don't think he's supposed to play a7 in that position. But anyways, I mean, yeah, wait for chat to answer this.
Yeah, a lot of chat has got it. Ishan again, Prabhat Datre, and Bondita Bhagwati, Shubh Gaming, and another truthful person. A lot of answers. It's true. Queen into a6, queen into a6, and now knight c7 check. It's the fork and wins the game. So bishop e7, knight d5. Black cannot play rook into a6 because of this. The variation goes on with rook into b2, short castle, etc. But the point of bishop e6, black first wants to prevent white from going knight d5 and then goes bishop e7. So bishop e6, short castle, for example, and now which has just been played by Arjun, and now VD will probably go bishop e7. And this is the position I expect. And what do you guys think of this position?
Yeah, it looks very comfortable for black. No.
The main move, I guess, is even short castle. After short castle and after bishop c4, he plays rook d8 and bishop d5 and tries to play with this knight versus this bishop.
Sorry. Yeah, short castle, bishop c4.
That's White's idea here. Like the knight on d5, once you exchange this light squared bishop, the knight on d5 will have no opponent. On the other hand, you can't exchange it on e6 because after fe6, the pawn on e6 controls the d5 knight. So that's why he goes bishop to d5, and then it's usually black takes on d5 and knight d5. He gives up like this pawn on b2 for this knight on d5 basically.
Right.
Yeah, important strategic consideration. Yeah, like if white plays ed5 instead of rook, instead of knight takes d5, like this is quite good for black from a pawn structure point of view. Like the b4 knight will be tied to the defense of d5. There's no longer any knight d5 ideas. And if black ever gets to mobilize his kingside pawns, and he may get some action there, some kind of f5, e4 stuff. So even though black is a pawn down, but you will get the active counterplay regardless.
Yeah.
For example, bishop e7 here is already not so clear what white should be doing.
Yeah, you can't get knight c6 because of rook into c6, and this is generally how black outplays white in these type of positions. On the other hand, I mean, in the game, bishop e7 is what happened, and here Arjun has gone bishop c4. A very nice strategic move, yeah?
Yeah, bishop c4. If you take bishop b4, what happens? Is there some immediate problem?
Very good question. I don't think there is any immediate problem. We have to consider either bishop into e6 first or c into b4. If I take, let's say I take c into b4, do you take with the queen or the rook?
Queen into b4.
No, have to take with the queen, yeah?
And
yes.
Bishop into e6?
Bishop e6, rook e6. That's what I thought, because I did not like fe6 because of queen g3. And I thought that it was important to keep the rook on e6 for this reason.
Maybe after rook e6, is there b3 or something?
No, rook e6, the point is queen c2.
Very nice.
Queen c2.
Oh, queen c2. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is the point. And I've seen this. I've seen this some time ago. The point is you attack both a4 and threaten queen
Yeah,
c8.
yeah, nice.
In the ensuing position, white gets a slightly better position because of his outside pawn. So bishop to b4 taken, c to b4 also taken, and let's see if this exactly comes on the board. Let's see if this plays out on the board.
Yeah, this will be very unpleasant for VD.
Yeah.
Here, no chances for win, pawn down.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, black is playing for two results. I mean, for a one result, and white is playing for two results in this position.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, true. Absolutely true. Also, not pleasant to play such a position against Arjun, who is first of all lower rated than VD. So, he's expected to win and he's in this situation. And secondly, yeah, also the tournament situation demands VD to win, yeah. And also Arjun is very good with these strategically slightly better positions. So all the things.
But on the other hand, Srinath, I think it's a good decision by Vidit, because sometimes when you are like things are out of control, it's important to again get back into control, and making a draw in this game would definitely make him feel like, okay, things are still under control, and he can try again in the next game where he'll be white.
True. Absolutely, Soumya. He has to. What you're saying is absolutely true, but it's just that he has to suffer a bit to make the draw, yeah, which he can make in more comfortable ways. Because for him, with his preparation, if he had chosen something solid like one e4, e5, I think he would have got a pretty comfortable position. But maybe this was not quite what VD expected. At least
exactly, it's very hard. Sorry, I think it's very hard to predict. No, like you want to try as black, but if white goes into some kind of solid variation or some kind of variation where you need to make a draw, then you just make the draw and come back home, right? But you give your opponent chances to. Sorry, what happened?
Really sorry, Soumya. So with it took f into e6. And
Yeah,
here I was just looking at this on the Chess24 website because the bar went up. And the computer was showing yeah, exactly. And I looked at the computer showing this and I thought, okay, come on, white is of course not going to play this. How will you make sense of queen f3? So there is only one conclusion, that Arjun is actually quite deeply prepared here, and I never expected that he would out-prepare VD of all people.
Queen f3, what is the point? After king e7, what is happening? Rook c1, is it?
Yeah,
After
exactly. So basically, you keep the king in the center, you cordon off the king, and then you start bringing your rooks while excluding these two pieces from the game. Queen f3 is an incredibly strong move, and Arjun played it in just 12 seconds. So I think he has caught VD in his prep. This is incredible. Incredible and completely unexpected.
Wow. By the way, for the chat, I would like to tell the chat this rook b8 line after c3 is not the main line in Sveshnikov, and usually black goes for short castle. So rook b8 is already a sideline, even though it's played a lot, but still it's definitely a sideline, and to be so well prepared in this line is not something usual, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't really expect Arjun of all people to be so well prepared, because, his opening preparation used to be so basic when I first met him. And he's also not someone for whom 1e4 is the main move. He started out his career by playing 1d4, and then he added all these 1 knight f3 c4 related lines. E4 is not his main line. So you would definitely not expect you would not expect Arjun to be so well prepared based on his past data. But a lot has changed in the last 1 year, especially with these teenage kids. And I'm absolutely impressed and pleased, because these guys have done some fantastic hard work during the pandemic, during the lockdown, not getting bogged down, not getting depressed, but actually working on chess and making such huge improvements.
Yep. I was just having a look at Gukesh's game and it doesn't look inspiring. Looks like Black is completely
Yeah.
better in that game.
Yes, Soumya,
Even
you're
though
you're right.
the material is
That's
probably equal, right? The material is actually equal, but the problem is how to
No,
develop
Black
the
has just won a
pieces.
pawn, right?
so
Oh, Black is even a pawn up. Yeah, he won this pawn on d5. He will win it back, right? Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
he got it back. And also White's pieces, how to develop them. No, the bishop on c1, like the bishop on g7 is such a monster. It doesn't allow the bishop on c1 to get out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There are like
the
concrete
opening was a
problems.
disaster. Opening was a
Yeah.
disaster. I think he
Yeah,
forgot
the
his
opening
lines.
was a huge disaster. Yeah, it was at this point where White played a7 that basically changed things.
Yeah. The a7 is a
Uh,
typical move in this line of the Banco, but not when Black has delayed this d7 d6 move. So I think
exactly.
after a7, Black is winning.
Yep.
So here, like, White should be going knight d2 or bishop d2, one of these two moves.
Yeah.
Nothing
A7
for
is a
beating.
move that he should have played at this point. Yeah, before knight f3 queen a5.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Before
And
knight
after
f3.
knight f3 queen a5, playing a7 here, this allows knight into e4, which Gukesh did not anticipate. It was like a bolt from the blue. Soumya, you're saying something?
No, I was just following an analysis. Yes, I agree. Bishop d2 probably was the move to play, and this is a complete disaster actually for Gukesh. Firuja on having a good day so far, by the way. Let's have a look at Adiban's game as well because we haven't covered it at all. He's playing against Wesley So, who is super solid. Adiban is white. Last time I remember maybe it was the last time he faced him in the Tata Steel. Adiban played King's Gambit against Wesley, but today he decides to stick to his pet English opening.
Yeah, well, not quite a pet, I guess. It hasn't quite worked for him, but I mean, this hybrid of Reti English and finally getting his B3, his favorite B3, similar positions because in his course he recommends lines with B3, E3, C4, and yeah. So we got this in the opening, and we'll just quickly go to the live position. Bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, queen g6. This is the position we have right now, which looks pretty balanced. Yeah, I mean, Black has all these weak pawns, but also good piece activity, you know.
Yeah, as you pointed out, this d5, d4 resource is going to be a recurring theme, I think, opening up the long diagonal for the bishop. And White's king is slightly weakened due to this h4 move.
Yeah, this h4 move is very hard to understand, like, but it was played long back, so
yeah, this
now...
h4 move was played by, I think, this famous game, yeah, Nepomniachtchi Bakro, I think, in one of the Olympiads. And he won like a crushing attack.
Oh, what is b4? b4.
Yeah, so now d4 happens, yeah, like we said. So now knight e5 is an idea. This was kind of dangerous for White.
Before the idea was that after cb4 you can take rook d5 because earlier after rook d5 there was knight b4. So after c into b4, the b4 square is not available for the knight. I think that was White's idea, right?
Yeah. That's pretty
very
insightful,
deep.
but
that's very deep.
b4, what did he have against d4? Knight e5
d4,
and everything is coming.
d4 looks very...
Oh my god, knight e5 is a huge threat now, opening up this monster of a bishop. He missed it.
I know. Yeah, it definitely looks like he missed it, yeah?
Yeah, because knight e5 is so hard to meet. Like, how do you face it?
I don't know. I think he just missed the fact that it can be played at this instant. I mean, he probably knew that it's somewhere down there in the horizon, but probably no. It also looks like AD has just become demoralized, yeah, with all those losses. Guys,
All right.
I just need to leave for like 30 seconds. I'll just have you guys hold the fort and
Okay,
be
let's set the
back.
timer
All
Maybe
on.
you
right.
can maybe you
Let's set
can
the timer on.
which
Yeah.
game do you want me to leave it on? I see
Let's
that
have a
AD
look
is in.
at Vidit's.
Yeah, with it
Sorry.
seems totally worse. I'll just leave it to
Oh,
you for
yes,
30 seconds
was.
and I'll
Oh
just be
no,
back.
this game is going on. Sorry.
Go ahead, Srinath. Go.
So, sorry, I just need to see which game. Yeah, we have Vidit's game
Okay,
here, Rook
C1.
on C1. So now Rook C8 is a threat, right? Rook C8 is a threat.
Yeah, this
By the
looks
way,
so.
there is a nice tactic here, which, like, let's imagine the Rook was not on the C1, but on, let's say, C4. So let's imagine something like Rook C8, King D7, Queen G8. Then Black has Queen
Queen
into
F2,
F2.
yeah? Puzzle rush style.
And after Rook F2, Rook B1, Rook F1, and Rook into F1 checkmate. So there are some tactics going on even for Black. But the King on E8 is really suffering in this position.
Yeah, in general, with all these heavy pieces middle game with queen and rooks, I think king safety is of paramount importance. So not really pawns, like even if you may be a pawn down, but if your king is exposed, generally the side with the attacking initiative will get the better end of the deal. But here the pawns are equal, but black's king is highly exposed.
Yeah, and
Double e
and
pawns.
actually Queen G8 is the threat. No, now Queen G8 is the threat after King E7,
Yeah,
Rook
Queen G8.
C7, and take
Yeah.
the F7 rook.
Yeah, Queen G8 is a devastating threat now. I'm not quite sure how to defend against this. It's a nightmare, yeah?
Actually,
How to defend this?
because let's
Some
say
kind
we
of
play King D7, we play King D7, then white anyway plays Queen G8.
no, but there's
And
also
now
other stuff. No, there's like Rook FD1 as well. Rook
yeah,
FD1,
even
Rook
Rook
B6. I see your idea.
Yeah, even
Yeah,
Rook
okay.
FD1.
But
But
Rook
even
FD1,
Queen G8,
yeah, Queen G8 is strong. Yes. Mhm.
yeah. This looks
Mm.
like over actually for Vidit. But it's such a pity. FE6, we were just discussing, right? In that position, Rook into E6 and just like
No, honestly,
play that.
to be guys, I'm back by the way.
Yes,
Thanks for all the
you know.
applause and everything.
Hello.
Hi. Also, I think f into e6 was a very human and normal move. Yeah, this Queen f3 move is out of the world. If you didn't know it, there was no way you can find this.
Oh, so you mean instead of Queen F3, if he played, let's say, Queen G3, it's totally fine for Black, is it?
I think so
Because I
because
thought
Stockfish
this
was
was also
showing.
a problem.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
all
is how
right.
you would think, right? As a human, you would consider something like Queen G3. That is natural and normal. And Queen G3, short castle is the move. Queen into E5, Rook A8, and there is intense pressure against this B2 pawn. So because Rook B1, you have A3 incoming.
Well,
So
I mean,
Black is
we have
equalizing.
we have seen the move, right? So we, of course, it's hard to say if we have seen this from the start. But Queen F3, like stopping the Black King from castling, is not
Yeah,
entirely.
it's a out of the world in my. I mean, I saw this on the computer, and I was pretty sure Arjun is not going to play this because I didn't expect him to be so deeply prepared here, especially when he spent like 3 minutes on short castle. But
No, but I think you know what? I think he found this. I don't think this is preparation.
he played it in 12 seconds, Kevin. Queen F3.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He took
Maybe
12
he
seconds.
calculated this like castles and Queen F3. Like stopping Black's king from castling is not so. Yeah, I agree. Queen G3 is a lot more logical. But if you see
Yeah,
that,
no,
okay, you need to keep.
honestly, I think that would be. I mean, even if he had calculated, I think he would spend more than 12 seconds checking here just to make sure. He's not going to
I
blitz
mean,
out. I think.
also queen
But we'll
h5
see.
check, like queen h5 check, taking the pawn, like so. Okay, it's hard to say. Like you probably will ask him at some point.
Yeah, we have to ask him. Yeah,
We
but
should
my
make a
guess is
bet.
that this was his preparation, and
Mhm.
maybe we can ask the chat what they think. If Queen f3 was Arjun's preparation, or do you think he found it? So yeah, back to the game. H4 has just been played by Arjun. What's going on here, guys? I was away for a couple of minutes. Maybe you can catch me
Yeah,
up.
so we actually found a cute tactic for black that works for black in some positions. Like let's say the rook on c1 was not on the first rank, it was on c4. Imagine in the same position with the pawn on h2, then black has queen f2, rook f2, and rook b1
Like
coming
which
in.
move? Can you
So
take me through a bit slow?
sorry.
We can show it on the board.
So instead of h2, like h4, let's say, like let's keep the pawn back.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and if the rook was not on the first rank, rook goes to, let's say, c8 and tries to, or c6, tries to hunt the king. Then black has
I know.
queen
I found it.
Awesome.
But yeah, got it. I was going to
So
ask the
that,
chat, but I think they already heard you, yeah?
yeah, we already discussed this. So that's the reason White made this move h4, an escape square for his king, and now he's free to bring his rook into the game, the c1 rook.
But it's still on, no? I mean, there is still, I think, a lot of problems to solve, right? Or is it straightforward? It's never straightforward. It's never straightforward to win a one position. How do you continue as white here?
Yeah, queen g8.
I would definitely consider rook c2 and queen g8 has been played, is it?
No, queen g8 and rook c8. Just move the queen. Just play rook c8.
This
King
is Kevin's
f6.
suggestion.
Yeah. King f6.
King h.
King f6, queen d8 maybe. No. Blunder.
No. King h. King h2.
King h2.
f4. With either f4.
Okay, so I just play queen b. Oh no, if I move the queen, you have some queen d8 check, yeah? Not sure if that's such a disaster either.
How about queen d4 now? Queen d4?
F4?
And now queen e4?
Wow, Soumya is going for the king.
Soumya is playing for the win, yeah?
That I wouldn't say.
No, I'm not sure.
But this is lost, yeah? Queen d8, queen g5, queen h5.
Oh, that is the
also,
problem. Oh, queen d8, I'll play rook e7. Sorry. It's not lost.
Yeah. Rook e7.
No. Sorry. Queen d4 of fe5? What's wrong with this?
fe5 is the best, probably.
Queen
king
d4,
e5. Wow. I thought king g6, but then h5.
h5 and win the rook, yeah?
Yeah.
No, I'm just wondering if I have something here. Like, let's say I play king g5 now. King g5 after h5.
Oh, you're going for mate. And the rook b1.
Yeah,
and after rook f7, I have queen h4. King g1, I have rook b1. Rook f1, queen d4.
Queen d4, yeah.
Yeah, draw.
And king h2, queen h4. I at least have a draw. So this is good.
No, maybe you'll take on e5 first, if you want. Queen e5.
Yeah, even queen e5.
Greedy.
Okay, only I can play this to a loss.
No, come on. So basically,
don't underestimate yourself, Kevin.
No, come on. Even I blundered with queen d8. So I think it's not so easy to convert it as white, but white is like totally dominating.
Yeah, surely this is close to loss for black. Like, pretty sure.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It is a
just
very
not
bad
sure,
question,
just not sure.
but it's still not easy to concretely convert. Yeah, and if you don't see a concretely straightforward way, it's never over. It's always on.
Okay, now rook b8 played, queen g5, I presume.
Yeah, queen g5, king d7.
Then the rook comes back, say c2.
Now your idea is rook d1 check, yeah? And if I just play something like A3 just for fun, because I'm not playing the game and it doesn't matter if I get mated. Also maybe I can just play Queen D4, yeah? Oh no, Rook D2.
Yeah, rook d2.
Yeah. No, I guess A3.
No, but A3.
Take. I take e5. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just collapsing. Rook bait has been played. Now Arjun is thinking. No, but also Arjun must be nervous to some degree, yeah, because things have gone
Yeah,
so
queen
well.
g5 play. I mean, if you see a move that forces the king to d7, you should play it.
And he goes Rook C4.
Right.
So A3, you think he'll just take E5, yeah?
Really? Then A2?
A2.
Because
Kevin,
now the
how
rook
do
is
you
on
follow?
C4. It's a different position.
Rook
No,
A2.
Kevin's rook was on C2.
I know. But Rook A4?
Why are you doing this to my rook?
Queen B1 doesn't work because of rook A7.
Yeah.
Okay. So
No, I think this should still be winning.
right.
Yeah, this should be losing. So
Yeah,
just need
also
to
I think
figure out.
taking Queen into E5 is the simplest way. Also, it's the Arjun way of doing things. He's a greedy junior version. He sees pawn, he takes pawn. He's like Pac-Man.
But rook C4 is a very difficult to understand move. No, usually you'll go to C2 only, na, to support the F2 pawn. And so his
Maybe
idea
he
was
wants to just play Rook A4 here to hunt
rook
after the
A4.
pawn. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Gukesh has already lost, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was losing.
Yeah, but he lost in like how many moves? I'm
No,
sorry.
Yes.
His
Firouzja,
he will be
Lost in
3
just
pawns
23
down.
moves.
He will be 3 pawns down. He will lose all his queens at pawns anyways. So it's a good time to resign.
Yeah.
so
He
Firouzja
beat
plays Arjun and Vidit next in the next
he
two
beat
games.
he beat VD and then lost the next game this way. Amazing. Yeah, Firouzja
No,
plays.
I mean just the opening slip, like when you can happen, yeah.
I mean, it's become a bit cliche now. But if he had got my course, he would of course not have gone this. Arjun does take Queen into E5. Soumya, where are your thoughts?
Oh, I was checking Adiban's game actually, because Adi's game is also something which we haven't covered for a while. And he is a bit worse. He's a pawn down in this endgame, but I have hopes that he can hold it because it looks like it looks difficult for black to break through. So I think white has hopes.
I completely agree with you. 2 versus 3, it's very hard to. No, I think it's just a draw.
Right, because if
Guys,
black makes too many weaknesses in the position, then he's in danger of getting into a lot of checks because the queens are still on the board. And also, the more pawns he exchanges, the better it is for white to make a draw.
Yes.
guys, I'll make a
Maybe-
move.
Completely agree.
I gotta make a move.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, in the
Kevin,
VD's game, thanks.
Kevin, no, that's really early, no? It looks like you just came here.
Yeah. Normally I spend
Kevin-
all my time with Sri, you know.
Before you go,
That's not really going to help the wife for Sri moment.
Yeah, no, that's why I got to start leaving earlier. I got to give him more space. So,
Soumya, you're saying?
yeah, you're saying.
Before you go, we wanted to wish you the best for World Cup, and maybe we'll see you in before that in the one of our streams anyway. But still,
Yes,
wish you
thank
the
you
best.
so much.
And is it?
Yeah.
You must have played a lot of World Cups before, no? Or like Are you very experienced in playing this tournament?
No, this will be my first.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Then that's very,
Yeah.
very special. Wow.
It is.
Wow, wow, wow.
I
It's
mean, the
kind of
default
tough, you know.
expectations people have when they see an old man. That he has to be experienced, but not always.
Not
No,
always.
because he's the number one Singapore player, right? That's why I thought, not because of
I know.
anything else. Like,
Has nothing to do
but
with the fact that he's an old man. Yeah.
Srinath, you need to stop making these old jokes before me because I'm almost the same age as like this is not working out.
No,
If
no,
you
this is
expect me to laugh at them, then it's not going to work out.
Soumya. I
no,
just
this
don't
is
see you as old at all.
this is Sri's getting back at me for this wife for Srinath thing, you know. Like
Yeah,
before
why
he
for
leaves.
Srinath?
No, you see,
Yeah.
he wants me to talk about it because he keeps mentioning age, and he knows he's at the right age for marriage, and he's wondering why I haven't mentioned this. So this is him asking like, okay, Kevin, it's time for
Guys,
you
there
to
is
make the
no
cue.
right age for marriage. There is no such thing.
Says the guy who is looking for a wife, yeah. So
Says the guy whose friends are looking for a wife.
yeah, you are lucky that I'm taking my leave. So Soumya looks very concerned.
Soumya looks happy. She's smiling. Look.
No, I'm amused by your conversation. Yes, wife for Sri for sure. And let's work on that. And thank you so much, Kevin, for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you
Guys.
so
Thank you,
much.
chat.
It was a pleasure.
All the best, guys. See you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
then that was very nice of Kevin to take time out from his very busy schedule. He has a lot of work apart from chess as well. He runs a company and also preparing for World Cup. Really nice of him to join us today and share his ideas and insights.
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure having Kevin. And yeah, so this is a situation in AD Wesley Soumya. I think it's probably just going to be a draw. Yeah, maybe we can conclude and move back.
Yeah, let's go back to Vidit's game because this and we hope that Adi makes a draw here. Vidit's game में क्या हुआ? Rook c8 check.
The momentum has changed, Soumya. So he took queen into e5, like I first suggested. And then now Vidit played rook 8, which Arjun certainly did not see. And looking at his face and body language, I certainly sense a bit of nervousness. And VD is also, kind of looking up, leaning in. He seems to sense that there is a chance. What do you think?
Yeah, this rook on a8 and pawn to a2 looks very looks like such a matter of concern, and that's the reason I was very surprised with the rook c4 move, because usually you would like to restrict the pawn and quickly bring the rook back to c3 or c2 and cover the second rank at least.
Yes.
Definitely a good chance for Vidit to actually turn the game in his favor. Pawn on a2 looks so dangerous, and
he has
white needs
played
to
queen
find
a1 now, which is
wow.
certainly a sign that, or maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe it's a simple plan for white. If he gets his rook onto the second rank, he's going to take this pawn. So maybe it looks jittery. It looks jittery for white, but maybe his position is so good that it doesn't matter. Maybe.
Oh, but if black gets to bring his king to g8, let's say you don't get to take my b3 pawn, I play queen b3 and I get the chance to go king e8, king f8 and king g8, why should black be worse?
Very, very legit question. So it's a matter of time, yeah, whether white can attack the a2 pawn and whether black can bring another rook on time. So queen b3, for example, let's take one more at a time. Queen b3, I'll play rook b2.
Rook b2 with the idea to play rook b7.
Yeah, but mainly rook d1 and rook d2, that also. Just trying to gain a tempo.
Queen b3 on the board, rook b2 might be played. After queen c4, I have queen c4 because rook c1 would be an epic blunder here after queen into c1, queen into c1 and a1 queen. So queen c4 definitely a move here. And after rook b7, I have king e8.
Yeah,
You
queen
take on
c4 is a
f7
nice
and
move.
yeah,
Queen c4 is a nice move. And now if
I
I play rook
honestly
d1,
think
king e8, rook d2, now you just play rook a7, right?
yeah, I can play rook a7. Rook a7 is good. I can play what else can I play after rook d1? You're not even threatening anything, no? You're threatening queen e5 maybe after rook d2.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
rook
I'm
a7
threatening.
looks good.
Yeah, I
Or
think the game
even
has turned. I think the game has turned. I don't think. I mean, the evaluation bar shows that white is not better anymore, and Arjun has his hands on his head. He clearly has. He clearly has lost the plot.
even rook b7 instead of rook a7 is possible, huh? With ideas to go rook b1 at some point. So he played king
Where?
e8
Yeah,
in
yeah,
that
yeah,
end
yeah.
position. After rook d1, king e8, rook d2, and now rook b7. Arjun is very low on time. He has what, 0 seconds? What? No, he
No,
has
no, no.
35
I think.
seconds. He has made his
Yeah,
move.
yeah.
He plays rook to d2. So now rook a7 simply protect the pawn.
Yeah, rook a7 is one move. Apart from that, is
He has
there also
played
other
it.
attractive options? Oh yeah, he has played
No,
it.
he played it.
Yeah, and
So
it looks like Vidit is completely all right now. Things have turned.
yeah. Queen on a1 is such a pity. Come on. Queen on a1. Come on. Come on. The queen on a1 is not at all happy to be where she is. She can never move. Can you believe it? She can actually not move. The queen is totally tied down.
Yeah. Sorry, I got a
Unless it's
bit
a
distracted because we have Raunak in the chat. Shout out to Raunak. Sorry, Soumya, please go ahead.
Ronak is even playing a tournament, no? Thank you, Ronak, for being in the chat. And he's saying white should be winning, but probably that was long back. So
Yeah. Rook c2, queen b3.
probably
Now it's actually Vidit who's playing for win, and I think he will win this because this is going to be a very tough. It's going to be a very tough thing for Arjun to digest and adapt to. So unless Vidit makes a tactical blunder, uh, I think Vidit can really press this.
absolutely. I mean, uh, my first instinct would be to go with the king to g8 so that it's out of any checks. But he's played rook b1 with the idea to play queen b1, rook b7, sorry, with the idea to play queen b1.
King h2, I would
How
play
does
instinctively.
yeah, he has
Yeah, king h2.
played h2. Now queen b1 is also possible, but then rook into b1, pawn into b1 allows queen a8. So
Oh,
rook
he
into
has
b1,
played
rook
it.
into b1,
Rook into b1, and now queen into a2.
e5.
Amazing! Oh my god, this game has so many turnarounds. Oh, he missed
Queen
queen into
a2.
a2.
Oh
He
my
missed queen into
god.
a2. And now
He
he has
missed.
his hand on the head. This is so brutal.
Oh god,
So
rapid
brutal.
chess is like when you come down to seconds, it's so difficult. It's so difficult to play chess when you come down to seconds. Such a
And even when you
complicated
don't come
position.
down to seconds, yeah, because imagine Arjun was having this +4, +5 throughout the game, okay? But understandably, I was telling you that the position is not that simple. And he kind of frittered it away and he was losing at some point. And now, this thing turning back, guys, this is chess. This game encapsulates both chess as well as sport in general. The evaluation bar says something, but it's a vague indicator. There is a lot more to it than what meets the eye at first. And from here on, I think it's pretty straightforward for white because just get the king to h3, king to g4, g3, f4. 2 pawns up is too much. Um, 2 pawns up is just too much.
Oh my
And
god. Queen B1 was so unnecessary. Anything else in that position and he would have been fine. Just King F7, King G8. Like, why not? Ouch.
It's just emotions, Soumya, just emotions. People are high on adrenaline when they're playing with seconds. So he couldn't
No,
take a pass
definitely.
and think about this King F7, King G8.
Definitely. And it's very hard to find moves in seconds. I think once you're below 30 seconds, your clock is running out and there's absolutely no time to calculate and there is so much pressure. It's not the same as even viewing the game, you know. Even if you have 10
Yeah,
seconds to view
absolutely.
the game.
Completely agree with you. But you know, Soumya, I think what really helps in these I mean, nothing really totally helps, but being in that situation repeatedly in competitive situations, I think that can really help you, especially at an early age, to develop that. The earlier you get exposed to such situations, the better placed you will be. It's just something. It's just muscle memory. You cannot really will yourself in these type of situations and say, okay, I will play well in time trouble, or that I will remain calm. You just need to be in that situation and be practiced. Even then, of course, mistakes will come, but the more practice it is, the better the percentage will be. Oh man. Now Vidit is just covering his hands with his face. He's just totally distraught. This is these are
Also,
things
this
we
tournament itself, you know, I mean, it would be different if you make these kind of mistakes against any lesser players, but all the players here are so strong, so alert, and you know, they're just waiting for you to make a mistake.
Yeah. True.
I
Also, yeah.
mean,
Also, these kids, Arjun, Gukesh, they have so much experience playing this 3+0 online blitz, and
oh,
they find these moves like
absolutely.
queen into A2 instantly. You give them one small tactical chance, they are so very alert. I
Oh,
used to
absolutely.
feel quite bad about myself when I lost to them repeatedly in such manner. But now I see them doing it to the very best, and it's just a big advantage when you get proficient at things at a young age.
Yeah, and they're also very much used to online chess from the childhood itself. So, I can totally imagine them spotting these tactics really fast. But it's such a pity. Why Queen B1? Anything else in that position, and he would have been completely fine.
Indeed.
So game is still going on. White plays G4, Rook G2, Rook B6. He's going to take the G6 pawn with the Rook, and after King F5, okay, he gives Rook F6 check now H5. And after King H3, he can play Rook F4 and support the G4 pawn. Vidit has resigned. Arjun has won the game. So Arjun moves
Oh,
to 4 points out of 8, and Vidit is on 3 out of 8. Vidit faces Aronian in the next round with the white pieces. I remember the
yeah.
last game was a Catalan actually in the previous CCT. So let's see how that goes. Arjun, on the other hand, will be playing Alireza Firuza with the black pieces. How are the other Indian players doing? Gukesh is on 2.5. He will play Huyufan with the black pieces in the ninth round, and Adiban faces Peter Swidler with black in this round.
Yeah.
We
So
have
that's the
can we
pairings for
have the
round 9.
standings? Yeah, we do have the standings on the screen, and Levon Aronian is leading the tournament with 6 out of 8 points. Wesley and Ding Lijen also having a great tournament so far with 5.5. Magnus Artemiev. Artemiev on 5, and Magnus, Anish, and Dan both on 4.5. All right then. 6 more rounds to go.
Yes, Chess365 says, I really like the way Arjun remains so calm throughout the game, no expressions, no emotions. Guys, trust me, the calmness is only on the outside. Inside, it's totally different. It's the same for me as well. And Soumya, we were looking at this AD Wesley So game, right?
Oh
AD
my
actually
God,
lost
he
that game.
lost.
Yeah.
Yes. What
He
happened? Did he blunder? What
I
happened
think
there?
Gene to F5 and Knight G4 was a blunder. Like Knight G4 at the specific instance was a blunder because after Bishop
Oh
F4,
my.
White is in Zugzwang.
Oh, actually, oh my God, after Bishop F4, the knight doesn't have any moves to play. And even knight F1, Black would have had Bishop F4 actually.
Yeah, yeah. Knight
The
F1
knight
also
is
there is
totally
Bishop
hard.
F4. Yeah, the knight gets stuck. True, true, true.
GF5 was
So
the
Gene to
blunder
F5
actually,
was yeah, correct, Soumya.
allowing Bishop F4. Oh my God. Rapid
I don't
chess
know.
is so hard. So hard. Okay, but we have two more rounds to go today.
Yep,
And
two more rounds to go, and also, yeah. Let's get some positivity going for Arjun. I know, it's been a lot of sad events, but if you look at the positive side, Arjun is doing really well. 4 out of 8, his very first champion chess tour, and he showed some spectacular preparation. He's also improved immensely. He was not even part of the Julius Baer Challengers Chess Tour, but here he is in the champion chess tour with the big boys. 4 out of 8, 50% equal score. So chat, let's please show some positivity to Arjun. Let's spam Arjun OP with hearts. Let's get some positivity going. Come on.
absolutely, well, very well put there, Shri. And on that note, I wanted to ask you before the next round begins, can we know a little more about Arjun? You've been working with him. How is his attitude to chess, and what do you think? What was the first thing that you noticed about him in terms of his chess and everything? Can you share a bit with us?
I would
Because
love to,
yeah, I
Soumya.
also feel that he looks very very calm. I have also felt exactly the same as our chat. Whenever I don't know him personally, but he looks so calm and composed and speaks so softly every time. So curious to know more about him.
Arjun is like this. So I met Arjun for the first time in 2018, which was actually a very memorable tournament for me, the World Under 16 Olympiad, as coach, where I met both Arjun and Divya for the first time. And Arjun was this really shy kid who didn't talk so much. There are these kids who look naughty from the word go. Example, Divya. And then there are these kids who look like good kids at first sight, all innocent looking, like Arjun. So Arjun belonged to the second category, and I also got deceived by that at first sight. Now I know that I was totally wrong at that point. But yeah, I met him in 2018, and he was already quite strong at that time. He was about 2,500, and he was one of the best junior players across the world in under 16. And what he perhaps lacked a bit at that point was a bit of confidence because he didn't quite understand how incredibly strong he is, which is still the case to a certain extent. And he initially suggested that he go down on the third board or the fourth board and score a lot of points there, but I said that's not a good idea because he can score a lot of points on from the first board itself. And that turned out to be true in that tournament because he defeated both Esipenko and Abdusatro on a single day, on a double round day. And he kind of he was one of the best performers on the board one. He scored 7.5 out of 9. The first place on board one was Ali Reza Firoja, who scored 8 out of 9. And both these kids, they played in the last round. Arjun with the white pieces, and Firoja was one opponent Arjun was terrified of. So Arjun, he blatantly refused to play a long game and made a 12 move draw with the white pieces. I told him he should have the white pieces, but I mean, he should play with the white pieces, but he was just too intimidated by him. So it will be interesting to see how he overcomes that in the next round. In general, he's a very, very, very strategic player. Uh, but he's also concretely very capable, tactically very sharp. But his style is somewhat close to Kramnik kind of mold, he's more of a strategic player, and openings, uh, in terms of openings as well, he used to be very raw back in 2018, but I think he has improved a lot there as well. So in terms of Arjun, I think he just needs a lot of games against 2700 and he will get to that level. He has to just repeatedly play 2700 plus opposition. He has to get that exposure going for him. And everything else is in place: the motivation, the passion for chess, the interest, the hard work, and all the remaining things. So that's opportunities is all he requires.
Right. And also, by the way, speaking about their game, we missed a very the point where Arjun made a mistake was actually on move 36. I checked the game just now, and only on move 36, if he had played Queen D1,
Oh, this is beautiful.
it is a very nice tactic actually, which both the players missed and we missed as well. Queen D1 was a beautiful tactic here. After King E7, there is Rook C7 check, and after King E8, there is Rook C8 check, and then you take the Queen.
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
this was a nice tactic, but Rook B2 already gave up the advantage, and we of
But
course
Rook
saw
B2 was
what
such
happened.
a spontaneous response for a human, yeah?
No, I think he already felt very uncomfortable with the Queen on A1. I mean, if you need to play a move like Queen on A1, you're already feeling very uncomfortable there.
True, 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 true.
All right,
Absolutely.
then, Arjun, definitely having a good tournament so far. He's on 4 out of 8. He's in ninth position, by the way, just one spot out of the top 8 right now. And he will play Firuza in the next round. Just now you mentioned that he used to be uncomfortable facing Firuza, but as you have repeatedly mentioned, Sri, he has improved a lot. He has worked very hard in the past 1 year, and it is possible that he might just get that much needed break into the top 8 in this very round. And he
Yeah,
might be the
yes,
surprise
Soumya.
of the
Yes.
tournament.
Quite possible, quite possible. Arjun has surprised everyone so far, and Ali Reza, with the exception of a couple of games in which he beat Magnus and AD, has either drawn or lost all his other games. So he has only 2.5 out of 8 and hasn't had a great tournament so far. Clearly, Ali Reza is not being himself. That much is clear. Oh, he won the previous game. He has 3.5 out of 8. Oh yeah, he beat Gukesh. He also beat Gukesh. Yeah, so Ali Reza has lost all his other games, but he has beaten all the Indians so far. So let's see if Arjun can change that. Uh, we have
Games are yet.
2 minutes to kick off. Yeah. So do you want to look at something in the meanwhile?
I thought we could reply to the super chat, which we couldn't answer because the games were going really fast. I remember the question was about whether calculations and analytical approach helps in life as well. So, would you like to take it, Shri?
Yeah, I would love to. So I think it definitely helps. At least in my life, I have found that chess really gives that perspective to us. I tend to plan everything. I tend to plan a lot of things, and when those plans doesn't go according to the situation, it always change. The external situation always changes. We just quickly adapt. That's how chess also works. We make these plans. We have these plans with some intermediate goals in sight, but for some reason, if it doesn't go through, then we quickly adapt to the existing situation. So I think in that sense, chess has helped a lot in terms of encountering life and the experiences that we gain in chess, typically in our teenage, the experiences that we go through is, I think, what usually people go through more often in their 20s in a lot of other professions, because when they finish university and get to uh, start working, that's when usually things become difficult. So I also think that chess gives that exposure a bit early. What are your thoughts?
Mm, yeah, definitely. Like, I think there are too many pluses of having played chess, which you can apply in life. Like, just like one of the things for me is that I think chess players, especially players who have played professionally and played the game for a long period of time, are rational, very rational thinking, because they can anticipate what is going to happen next. And also they don't think in too much extremes, their approach is usually very rational, that okay, for if I do this, then all these 3-4 options are there, and then if that happens, then this could happen. The thinking is very sorted, I feel. That is what I have observed, and it always shocks me in case someone writes to me saying they are a chess player, and then they give some extreme opinion, and I'm just like, what, you said you're a chess player? It doesn't go. So for me, I think this is one of the things that really stands out as an advantage of having played chess. And of course, analytical mind, yes, I think many chess players are good at trading, for example, and they are very good in research. Like whoever used to play chess professionally and now change their profession, usually they tend to go into these kind of professions. A lot of chess players are have studied law as well. So these professions kind of go together, and all of them involve analytical approach, ability to think ahead, rational thinking, and research, because chess also involves a lot of study. It's not just about playing, right? So it's also very academic.
True.
So research is also area where chess players tend to go to, actually.
True. Although the research work related to chess, I've always thoroughly enjoyed it. To me, but maybe that's also true for other professions, for other people. Yeah.
No, I don't think everyone enjoys studying or theoretical work. Like, it depends. Some people like to do something very fast, or more of practical approach,
Exactly.
So it's
But
a
there is
very,
an approach. I think there is an enjoyable approach for everyone out there. It doesn't necessarily have to be, a lot of theoretical research work. For example,
yeah,
you
definitely.
see
By the
you
way,
see people like Gukesh and Arjun playing at the highest level, right? And you see Gukesh's approach. That's all. He also researches, but he researches in a way where it doesn't involve a lot of memorization. But he still gets his opponents. He still outprepares his opponents. So that's
right, right. By the way, the games have begun. We have Vidit's game on the screen already. He's playing Levon Aronian, and this is an Italian, very, very popular line in the Italian when OTB tournaments were all the rage. This used to be seen in almost all the tournaments. At least one game would be played in this exact position. So, of course, there are some different variations to get this position, but basically the idea is after bishop e6, white goes bishop b5, knight e7. Here, 97 97 is one a new, like comparatively new approach. There is also queen b8 and queen a7, which is the idea is to prevent white from playing d4 very easily. So usually black also gets this position. Let's say after h3 on the 8th move, black can play h6, and after knight bd2, bishop e6, bishop b5, queen b8. So the idea is that now white doesn't get d4 immediately because the knight is on d2. So white plays knight f1 and black plays queen a7, preventing d4 still and also attacking e3. So this used to be like a main line. And then now bishop e6, knight e7 is also like a new idea, but it's also been seen already. And after d4, bishop b6, bishop e3 on the board.
yeah, wonderful memory, Soumya. I didn't remember a lot of that. It's been 2 years since I looked at them. Bishop b6, bishop e3. Yeah, the idea with queen b8, queen e7 was, I think, first played by Ding Lijian. And at that time, it was just mind blowing that black would play something like that. So much has changed in the Italian in the last few years, and it is still one of the main lines. Still played in all the champion chess tour.
Right.
So, yeah. Yeah.
But here, after bishop e3, white is okay with black taking on e4. And the reason is that after knight e4, white has a move like d5, right? or does it not work?
Oh,
After d5, bishop
awesome.
d5, bishop b6, pawn into, and we have c4 here, right?
Yeah,
I
but
think this works out well for white.
what if you start with bishop into e3?
Bishop into e3.
Yeah,
Bishop into e3, rook e3, and after bishop d5, I play c4 anyway. And what do you do now?
yeah, the same thing, same thing. It comes to the same thing. I guess you have to take knight into f2, but this might
Maybe,
not be so bad for black, no? A lot of pawns. King into f2,
and
then
you play
and then c6 and queen b6.
king into f2 and bishop f3, queen f3, c6. And black simply has a lot of pawns. That's what it's saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is interesting actually. So maybe that's why Aronian
is
had
thinking.
a bit of a think here. And now he's played ed4, knight d4, c6 instead.
Also fair, yeah, because you are breaking white center. White center looks impressive here. And after e into d4, he's saying you cannot take c into d4 because I'll take knight into e4. So you're forcing c into d4, and sorry, you're forcing knight into d4 and c6.
Right, yes. Bishop d3 on the board. Maybe knight g6. Yes, knight g6 and normal position. Black wants to come to e5 with his knight. White could play f4, but it weakens the a7 g1 diagonal. But on the other hand, if not f4, then black gets knight e5 in. So yeah, definitely white needs to take a decision here already.
Yes, true. I think it's just a nice position, yeah. In general, it's still, I think, slight edge for white because this pawn on e4 better than the pawns on d6 and c6. So there is a slightly more pleasant position, and in general, Vidit is quite comfortable against Aronian in such positions. So I think there is a good chance that Vidit will press here. The danger would probably be when Aronian starts getting tricky after he gets worse. But I think it's slight edge for white. What do you think?
Oh, I would think it's sort of equal. Actually, I thought black is also fine and white is also, and it's just a normal middle game position. That's what
Yeah,
I
it looks
felt.
fine. It looks fine for black, but I think white just has that. For example, he can go f4 now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
After
easy
queen c7.
to. Yeah, I mean, with these pawns, it's just not easy to liberate and break.
Right. And f4, you're threatening f5. So black has to black has to have a concrete idea against f4 actually.
Yeah, I
What
don't.
do you
I'm
think
not
he has
impressed
in
with the
mind?
way. I'm not impressed with the way Aronian has played so far, and he played Queen C7 so quickly. Um, f4, maybe he just has to go Bishop D7.
Mm-hmm.
But this is so much control for white in the center. So last 2-3 moves he has played too fast, but not very strong moves, I think.
But he could also play rook e8 after f4, because after f4, if you play f5, I have knight e5.
Yeah, f5 you always have knight e5, true. But that's maybe for only one more move, yeah. Let's say I can play queen c2. And now you have to go back, yeah. Oh, he
Now,
takes
then
knight
I go
into
bishop
e6.
c8, right? That's why.
That makes a lot of sense, true. That does
But
make a
this
lot of
game
sense.
went in another direction altogether. He played knight
Yeah,
g6, knight e2, c7. He took knight into e6.
yeah.
F
He
e6.
went after this pawn, greedy VD. But the variation continues, yeah.
There's a lot. Yeah. Is it okay to take this pawn? I think it's okay to take it. No, if you're getting a pawn, then why not? Doesn't
I mean,
look
the
like.
thing is, I'm biased by the evaluation bar, and I saw it coming down when this happened. So I guess black has some equality somewhere here. The question is if it is humanly possible to find it.
But Aronian is playing so fast. He played d5 like within few seconds actually.
Yeah, Aronian is playing fast in every game and it's working out well for him. So he played fast against Gukesh, and although his position got worse at some points, he managed to win. Same against Arjun. You know, he was getting outplayed by Arjun, but he created counter chances. He kept playing fast and Arjun collapsed in time pressure. And now against Vidit, also he's playing quite fast. It seems to be working really well for him. Fast and tricky.
By the way, in Adiban versus Peter Swidler, Adi has just sacrificed a piece on
Wow.
G4. Knight into G4, H G4, Bishop G4. This is the position we have on the board. Usually this piece sacrifice doesn't work because black can defend with King G2. But I think the point is that white's pieces are quite stuck and black can get F5 in. I think he wants to get F5 now. He played King G2 and F5. And actually, Adi just won a banter blitz against Peter Swidler a few days
Yes.
ago. And there also he played a very beautiful game in the Roy Lopez in the same variation that was played on the board after fifth Bishop C5. And he got a piece sacrifice in that line, that game as well. And yeah, he's just taking his chances. I remember we were discussing this game on the stream, me and Adi, and Adiban mentioned that Swidler in his banter blitz mentioned that he did not want to calculate much and wanted to just play. So I think Adiban realizes that if he forces Swidler to go into some concrete lines, he has a huge advantage there because he will be forced to Swidler will be forced to calculate, and if Swidler chooses to just play on principles, then there is a good chance that he can go wrong.
Yes, quite possible. Yeah, in general, but also a big difference that you don't have to talk while playing here. Yeah, it makes a lot of difference, I think. Honestly, I never got comfortable talking while playing, even after doing so many streams. I just couldn't get that focus and concentration going while calculating. But when I spoke to AD before my banter blitz, he was like, all the banter helped me because I just focused on the trash talk and less on chess.
Wow.
So, I mean, not literally. Of course, he focuses on chess, but he really, the banter really, it puts him in a good mood. That helps him.
Yeah, it depends. Like, for example, I think Vidit also handles streaming and talking very well, streaming and playing very well. But I don't know. I have never really spoken to him about this, but I always thought that his quality of games was very good, even when he was streaming and playing at the same time. But on me, on the other hand, I can just not focus, when I'm streaming and talking. It's just very difficult for me.
Right, but
So I think
the
it
position on
depends.
the position on the board doesn't seem to be going quite AD's way, no? Because rook into f5 is met by d4.
Yeah.
And how do you take back this pawn on f5? If you take with the bishop, then you're losing the pin. And next move d4 is coming, yeah. Like even if you take EDC, for example, let's look at a variation like this. If you take with the bishop because of this pin, it will allow white to activate his pieces, rook a3 incoming. So this doesn't look like it's going AD's way.
No, but I was thinking rook a3 is a very nice resource actually. I missed it. No, I was thinking I will put my queen on just a moment. I was actually thinking to move my bishop instead of playing queen d7 so that I can put my queen on f6. But rook a3 is a fantastic resource.
Got it. But yeah, the fundamental problem for black is not able to
play, right? Bishop a7 also you're going to play d4 and you're just going to sacrifice this pawn, and after rook a3
yes.
Yeah. But
don't you think white gets his
sorry.
It's 3 pawns. It's 3 pawns, and if white kind of gets his pieces out active, I think white is completely okay here. I mean, white is better here. So part of the compensation is the fact that his pieces are not coming out right.
Right.
No, also I feel something missing in AD's play. He's just been beaten up so badly, and I've been in that situation in tournaments like Aeroflot Open when people keep defeating me, and all the opponents are also monsters, so you don't get any easy opposition, and it's really hard to come back from such a zone.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot when, like in my experience at least, and even as a player, and even after observing other players, I feel like when nothing is going your way, it's generally due to fatigue and tiredness, because right, they're constantly working on their chess, but sometimes nothing goes your way in a tournament, and a lot of it can be attributed to physical and mental fatigue.
Yeah,
At least
true,
in my
true.
case, it has always been the case. Like whenever, not always, but most of the times, whenever I have had tournaments where simply nothing goes my way, and I'm just like, whatever I try sort of backfires, I've always come back and realized that maybe it was a very difficult schedule and I could have planned it better, needed more rest,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
these.
I agree. I completely agree. I've been. By the way, Soumya, Gukesh seems to have a really good position. Do you want to check that out?
Yeah, sure. Also, Srinath, there was a specific question for you in the chat since we were on the topic. There was a specific question for you that Adi and Vidit seem to be in poor form. It was by Manoj Kumar. How to get back from such situations, and what would be your advice?
Uh, Actually, to be honest, I thought Vidit was in really good form in the lead up to this tournament because he was, crushing people in the Banter Blitz Cup. He was doing really well um, in all the tournaments that he was playing. And it just seems that something is going wrong for him in the champion chess tour. So in such cases, I think it can really work if you work with a sports psychologist. So I'm not sure if Ved regularly works with one, but during my playing days, it was immensely helpful to have a to work with a sports psychologist because it's a process, building your mental fitness. And sports psychology is very different from general psychology. It's totally different. So it's a process of building your mental strength and resilience. And I think working with a sports psychologist can help. And maybe there are some, this online chess, the response under pressure. It's very, very new. It's a brand new thing. There hasn't been a lot of research into this, but there are some products. There are some biofeedback products which it gives you feedback of what is going on inside you, your heart rate, your the functioning of your prefrontal cortex. So in that sense, I think it can really help for these players to work with such equipment, and then hook it to them when they're playing all these blitz training games, and do some practices which can help in these under pressure situations. Now, there are instances where this has been tested out on doctors working in the ER, because doctors working in the ER, it's so much more pressure than playing with 10 seconds. Because here you make a mistake, you just lose a point. There you make a mistake, it's a lot worse. So these things have been tested with them, and there has been some positive feedback. So in this case, it's all experimental. Uh, it's all research based, but getting out of bad form, reversing when things are going bad, it takes mental resilience, mental fitness, which you cannot just will yourself out of it. It's a process that has to be built over time. So I think those are the areas I would advise them to look at, and with time, I think they will certainly. There is a good chance that they'll have some positive feedback.
Mhm. Wow, very nice, very interesting points there by Shri, and I also got some tips over there. By the way, Gukesh's game, as you mentioned, is a lot is happening there. The Rook is already on the second rank. On the other hand, Yifan just casually picked up the pawn on c4, not bothering about the rook on b2. For bishop b6, she has a move like rook c2 in hand. So she's probably counting on that. But at least Gukesh has a minimum draw here, right? After bishop b6, rook c2, rook b1, rook c1 is forced. And after queen rook b2, you minimum have a draw. So actually, black is the one who's playing for more in this position. And again, it
Yeah.
all comes back to
Oh,
this.
we have a result in the VD Aronian game. It ended in a draw.
All right, awesome.
Yeah. So you're saying queen had 6, yeah?
Yeah, in Gukesh's game, the whole problem with Yifan's position is the king on f1. I mean, even in the previous many games we saw, like when the king is on f1, rook on h1, this king is super awkward. It cannot even go to h2 very easily. It cannot escape. And this is the main problem. So, okay, bishop b6. Okay, is Gukesh immediately winning now? Bishop b6 has been allowed after queen h6, queen d5.
Yeah. I think Gukesh is just winning
He's
now.
winning, no?
Yeah. Bishop e2, there is
After
rook
bishop
b1 check.
e2, there is queen f4.
Oh yeah, queen f4 is a lot more
Queen f4,
straightforward.
f3, queen e3 and resign.
Yep.
Or queen g3 and resign, one of the two.
Yeah, true.
So, yeah, Gukesh is winning against women's world number 1. Wow. Huge achievement.
Yeah, and he's doing it in such style, yeah, with the black pieces. Also, Gukesh had a similar start to AD, but he has bounced back really admirably well.
Yeah, that's true. And Gukesh has 13 minutes on the clock, by the way. And I checked this game in between. At this point, after h4, bishop d8, he had a lot of time on the clock, by the way. So Gukesh definitely had most of the game was like had idea about what to do. It was again a Sveshnikov. And playing really fast. As you mentioned, one of his problems in this tournament has been time pressure, and I think in this game he was like certain that he just wants to play fast and follow his gut.
Yeah, also it helped that he played his childhood opening, yeah, something he was really familiar with, and play has been very easy for him so far.
Definitely, his moves have been very logical and everything like all this taking on c4, taking on d5, rook b5. Very nice play here by Duque.
Indeed. Meanwhile, we haven't checked the Alireza Arjun game, yeah, so far.
All right, let's go to Alireza versus Arjun Erigasi. Arjun's queen on d7 is currently attacked, but Arjun is pawn up in this position, and he has played queen a4. Is black better here? Because c3 is the threat. What happens for rook d8? Step into d8.
c3 is a threat. But rook into d8 was what I was also wondering about, because rook into d8, black just loses a piece. So bishop into d8 is the only move. Arjun has been playing fast. Yeah. I understand why Arjun has been playing fast, because Alireza is such an impressive blitz and bullet player. And I don't think Arjun wants to get into that zone against Alireza. So here, knight d6, you would consider two things. Yeah. One is c3, another is rook e7. C3, the point is it attacks both A2 and F4, but so C3, what do you do?
But C3, you can play B3, no? Because Queen
B3,
A3
yes.
cuts into Bishop C1.
Exactly.
And Queen F4, then Knight E8. So,
True.
Knight D6.
Although, in this position, I would still look for compensation because of these two bishops and this knight. But maybe it doesn't work.
Yeah, because the bishop is currently attacked on e6, and unless you have some concrete idea, then It's not easy. But maybe just knight d6, rook e7, and you have knight c. You can't take knight c4 because the rook on e7 is actually protected. So knight e7 makes sense, and I guess white will play c3, preventing black from playing c3, and that will how the game will progress.
No, but this looks good for black. No, he's just a pawn up, right?
He's a pawn up and he has pair of bishops also. So if we can retain them, then to. But
So
it's just
what
that
could
right
be
now his
what?
pieces are a bit awkward, na? Like rook on e7, bishop on d8. That's what
But
I
what
thought.
do you think could be White's intention? Won't he have something menacing? Because he wouldn't want to. Maybe he just want to take this? Because getting down in a pawn up position, it isn't really appealing for him. Yeah?
Take b7. And what happens for c3? You want to play b3, is it?
Yeah.
But I have
Queen into
rook
f4, knight
b7
into
here.
d8.
Rook b7, rook b7.
Rook e6.
And now queen f4. But you have rook e8 and you'll take this.
Yeah. No, these things Alireza sees in 5-10 seconds.
I need my phone.
And
I need my
Arjun
phone.
also.
Ayun, inaccept ako.
Arjun maybe
Ayun,
in,
inaccept ako.
15 seconds.
Nakakatawa naman. Accepted me again. Accepted me again.
Guys, meanwhile, do
But
hit the
I'm
like
not,
button.
I don't have a good feeling about
Okay, they
knight
accept.
b7.
Okay, they
if
accepted me again.
If it's working, great, but
Yes,
just
anak.
looks
Yes, anak. No need anak actually. No need
super,
anak actually.
super
Thank
awkward
you.
to
So,
play knight
ayan,
b7.
inaccept ulit ako. Inaccept ulit ako. Yun nga lang, baka maglag dito. Baka
Does
maglag
black
dito.
have something in this position after
Maglalag
c3,
ulit dito. Pag
b3?
nalalag ulit dito. Pag ganito.
Because the knight,
So, paano,
he
paano
has
natin
played
gagawin?
c3,
Paano natin gagawin? Pin no?
Is this position on the board?
So, maglalag ulit yung sabi ko na nga ba eh. Sabi ko na nga ba eh.
Alireza is thinking. He has 3 minutes.
Maglalag
Arjun
nga,
has 9
naglag na
minutes.
nga, naglag na nga.
Again, I never expected to see such a sight. Yeah, guys, meanwhile, do hit that like button and subscribe to Chess24 India if you haven't.
Ayan, alam ko maglalagay.
Arjun Gukesh getting
maglalagay yung
opportunities
stream
at the
pag
global
tabalik
level. And look how well they have done. Arjun with 4 out of 8. Gukesh
Nabog.
with 3 and a half out of 9.
Nabog.
Beating
Gandar si
such
Coach.
less
Gandar
players.
si Coach ng
You know,
Gandar
more opportunities for our
Gandar
juniors, more opportunities for our
Fit to
youngsters.
Fit to frame. Frame natin si Basti.
You
Sino
can
ba kalaban
realize
niya
it.
next game? Sino ba kalaban niya next game? Si Gukesh, no? Si Gukesh yung kalaban niya.
Soumya still thinking.
Nag-blunder ako eh. Buti nag-blunder ako eh. Buti nag-accept nila ako sa
Lost
call.
Yeah,
Accident ko na
I can just. No, I was just thinking if I can play something like bishop b3, a b3, rook b7,
grabe, makiklik ko na naman. Kasi gumagalaw siya eh.
and this position. But
Yan po
It
mga
is not
kalaban ni
possible.
Basti. Yan po mga kalaban ni Basti sa mamaya eh.
rook
Sorry,
is not even
nagalaw ko.
possible. So I'm actually
Nagalaw ko.
threatening rook b3 right now.
Naglag
And
na naman
queen
yung
f4 as
naglag
well.
na naman yung stream. Ayan.
Yeah.
So okay lang ha. Okay lang po. Okay lang ha. Okay lang po.
Alireza has taken knight into b7. And the other update is
naglag na naman ako because of what
Swidler has
happened.
defeated Adiban as we thought he would. So
my
Adiban's tough tournament continues.
Oh my god, that's hard to take for sure. I thought black had compensation, but looks like Swidler had everything in control after the.
No, I think
piece.
black had compensation, but I'm not sure the way AD played was maybe if it was the most optimal way to play. I think there could have been improvements. So here white can go queen d3 because rook into b3, c into b3, queen into b3 check, king c1, and queen b2 check, king d1. Here the white king just runs away.
Yeah, queen d3 is very strong.
Yeah, queen d3 is an option. And Gukesh has also defeated Hoi Fan in a very, very convincing manner. So that game is also over. So 3 quick results in the Indian games in this round. The games are starting to end pretty quickly, yeah, and we have only this one Indian game going on. And there's also super.
Is really cool, by the way, because whatever said and done, I understand she's not playing much, but still she is such a strong player, and she has won a tournament like BL Invitational ahead of many strong 2700 players. It was in and she's been 3 times world champion and so many legendary achievements. Gukesh winning against Huifan is big.
Indeed, absolutely. All of Gukesh's wins has been spectacular, and some of his losses too. He started the first day with 1 out of 5, but today he has 2.5 out of 4, and I think it's enormously impressive, his performance here so far. 3.5 out
And
of
the
9.
And the
Yeah.
last position is so beautiful. Just look at the position.
I know. I saw.
What a
Queen D3,
nice
Queen D4.
way to finish the game, right?
It looks like a
Very,
classic.
very beautiful game. It will definitely be included in the puzzles, I'm sure.
Yeah. True.
So, yeah, let's move on to the games that are going on right now. Arjun's game is still going on. Vidit has already drawn his game against Aronian. So it's only Arjun who's playing right now amongst the Indians. Firuja took on b7 and Arjun played bishop b6 instead of c3. And
Yeah,
Firuja
Arjun
played
played
rook.
bishop. I think they both calculated that line we were discussing, no? Probably.
Right.
With Queen
Yeah,
D3.
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Queen d3 and everything is covered. So that's why Arjun decided not to play c3. He plays Queen d7. He keeps the
But
pawn
he
on
can play
c4.
C3
But
now.
where?
Right now in the live version after 96.
After 96, right?
Yeah, I think he can play C3 now, and because the C4 pawn looks lost, no, in any case, and maybe best way to give it up is to force white to take, or play B3 and keep the pawn alive.
Yeah, he has
And he
played
has played
c3.
C3.
Very logical.
He has played C3, and what do you think white will do? Will he take B into C3 or play B3?
I would never take bc actually. But what other options? I'll play Queen b5 maybe. I'll exchange.
Very strong statement, Soumya. Yeah, what
Queen
other
b5
options?
doesn't
That's the
work, is it?
question. No,
Queen
but
b5 makes sense. No?
do you want to enter this endgame, or am I losing something?
Yeah, why not? Is there a problem? I
No,
could
it just
play.
feels like black is out of danger here, yeah. Whereas the existing position, it feels like white will want to try to
Oh,
find
really?
a way to
I
create something.
evaluated it as white was in pressure and white was the one who needs to bail out.
See, the thing is, I blindly follow the evaluation bar, yeah.
White has played Queen e1. Wow, nice move, putting pressure on the e7 rook actually, because white can actually play knight f5 next.
But can you do better than repeating knight f5, rook e8, knight d6, rook e7? Because if he repeats, I'm pretty sure Arjun will happily repeat himself.
Knight
I think
f5, rook
Arjun will probably be more satisfied making a draw with Alireza than against Magnus.
Talking about strong statements. Alireza is repeating knight d6, rook e7 on the board. He can play g5, by the way. He can play a move like
g5.
G5.
F5?
Knight into f5.
Sorry. Good one.
So g5, g5 is strong. G5 is strong.
Yeah, g5 is a good move. It really... But looks like Alireza is going to repeat. Yeah, they're going to repeat. Oh, so
Wow,
it's a
they
draw.
repeated.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a draw. Nice. Good result for Arjun.
Yeah. True. That's a very good result for Arjun. And Arjun moves on to 4.5 points. And still in the 9th spot, he needs to have one more win in order to try and crack the top 8. Meanwhile, it's it's a lot of time to the next round because all the four Indian games ended pretty quickly. Some other Indian game going on is the game between Anish and Dura, which also looks pretty equal. Is there any other game of interest that catches your eye, Soumya? As
I'm
meanwhile, while
looking
you
at
look,
some games. Artemiev is completely winning against Salim Saleh.
Mhm.
He's a pawn up in this end game, and I think the h3 pawn is also weak. But Salem has played knight e4 now, and knight d5, knight into c3. So basically, knight end games are very close to pawn end games. And if you're a pawn up in a knight end game, then it is almost a guaranteed win. Uh,
right?
so yeah, definitely Artimev will convert this one. Artimev will move to 6 out of 9. Which else? Carlson is playing against his um, ex second or maybe present as well. We don't know yet. He's playing against Daniel Dubov. He is a pawn
Yeah.
up. He's 2 pawns up. So he's also winning this.
Dubois
He's
like
2 pawns up.
Dubois like the one player I think whom almost everyone is fond of. Yeah.
Yeah, he's super creative, no?
Yeah, he's super creative. But in this question, I think Magnus is just taking this home. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. He's just 2 pawns up and major pieces endgame. King is weak. King is safe, sorry. So if at least king was weak, then black would have some compensation. But king on g1 is very safe. So white has everything under control. Anish, let's see how Anish is doing. Anish again has sacrificed his queen, by the way. How many queen sacks in
Well,
one tournament?
I'm not sure if
How
Sopika
many
will be
queen
pleased with
sacks?
that. Yeah, but this question kind of seems level. Yeah, like an impasse.
Yeah, yeah. Equal
Uh,
only, yes.
yeah, I mean it looks nice for white in terms of the pawn structure, but the problem is whenever he takes on e7, black takes on c4, and if white
Then
does
the
not take on
d5.
e7, then there is no way to improve the position.
Hmm.
By the way, there is a super chat from Sagar Nadkarni. Question asked in chat. VD is like Rohit Sharma of early years. One good performance followed by some failures. When he started opening, everything changed. So, what do you think is missing in VD's game? Do you have any insights on that, Soumya?
Sorry, I just opened the chat. Can you? Okay, I missed your
Yeah. So,
question.
VD is like Rohit Sharma of early years. One good performance followed by some failures. And then when he started opening, everything changed. So, what do you think is missing in VD's game?
I don't think anything much is missing, but I do feel that they are playing a lot. No, like for example, Vidit played this Banter Blitz. Then he's working for World Cup, and he's been continuously playing, and I think it takes a toll.
But okay,
The
to be honest,
freshness.
that's the case for all other players as well. Yeah, everyone has a
Oh, I'm
similar
not sure
situation.
if it's the case for everyone. I mean, some players are getting rest, I feel, like in between the tournaments.
But that's also a choice you
I
make,
don't think
right? I
everyone
mean, you
has the
can
same.
also choose the tournaments you play. But
That's
I
true,
think
but
everyone
some
in the
tournaments
elite.
you have already committed to, and also in life, also you can have some commitments, right? Like some people probably have less commitments in life. I don't know, like what is the schedule with other players. So with it, I think maybe it's a case of less energy. I feel.
No, I mean, to be honest, again, to be blunt, I didn't do a statistical analysis, but basically VD is performing according to his rating. If you look at all the champion chess tour events, it's not like he's performing at 2600 or 2500 levels. He's performing at about 2720, between 2700 to 2750. It's just that the level required to get into the top 8 in the champion chess tour, I think it's just a bit higher. So it requires some uh, long term. Maybe it requires a long term improvement in strength. I think it's an objective way of looking at it. I just don't think VD is playing especially bad in general. In this tournament specifically today, the games that we expected him to win were exactly the games he lost against both Gukesh and Arjun. So I understand the emotion, but if you look at the larger picture, larger sample size, all the games he played from 2020 in the Champion Chess Tour, I think he's performing at a level about 2700.
No, for me,
Sorry.
actually, what is surprising personally, like as far as I have followed with it and everything, is that he usually converts the chances. So for me, that is surprising, and it could be because of this online format also. I mean, to be very honest, I think players will perform very differently over the board compared to online. So that could be also the reason that sometimes you're just stronger over the board, like in one format compared to the other. And uh, because I have seen with it from a really long time, like I always felt like this was one of his strengths, that he always converts the positions. And that is why I felt a bit that's why I felt that maybe he's lacking energy in this tournament, and that's the reason the positions are slipping away. But of course,
Could be
against
true. Could
Arjun,
be
he was
true.
out prepared. That is true. Against Arjun, he was out prepared. So that is a different game altogether.
Yeah, it could very well be true. Being at this place where we don't have a lot of information, we can at
Yeah.
best make a guesswork. Yeah, it's different. From
Yeah.
outside, you have very limited information, so you can never. It's never easy. If it was that easy, Vidit would do it.
Exactly. And also, whenever things go right or things go wrong, there is never one reason only. Not only in chess, in life. So it's always a combination of few things. So that's why even if we do manage to find one reason, there are always going to be many more reasons. And once it's also a little bit about coming into the zone. Yeah, sometimes you're just into the zone and everything goes right for you, and sometimes you're not, and things don't go your way.
True. Indeed. So, yeah, Soumya, there are a few things we can do. We can stick on with this Anish game, but I don't think there's much happening here. It's just going towards a draw. And on the other hand, we can also go back to the Anish Magnus game. I'm really sorry that I abruptly went to the live transmission, but two things. Yeah, one, Arjun with it was moving really fast, so I thought we had to get to it. And secondly, I didn't want the game to be looked at too quickly, the Magnus Anish, because the game was really rich with a lot of
Oh, that was
sacrifices,
amazing.
and
Yeah,
I
we
thought we
can
should
have
give
a
it
look.
time. So let's go back to that.
Absolutely, that was such a crazy game. Let's have a look at that game.
Yeah, we have the game on
And
the
we
screen.
actually covered it until a point. So I think we covered it until knight h4, 22nd move. And I'm definitely going to use our friend Stockfish help for this game, because it was completely crazy. After knight h4 already, I have a lot of questions. For example, after h3, why not knight g2 and why fg2? So knight g2, the idea is to play rook e1 next. But the problem is bishop d2, right? And it
Mm-hmm.
covers the e1 square. And you would think that knight f2 wins, but the engine says that after knight f2, king f2, bishop d4. So, for example, for me as a human, this looks so bad for white. And but after bishop d4, king f1, the engine is very happy to play this position as
Because there
white.
is no direct threat, yeah, and the white has a queen and black has only
Exactly.
a rook. It's
Exactly. So
scary,
unless
but
you can finish off white, black, unless you can finish off white, black cannot win this. So let's say rook e1, trying with the idea that bishop into e1, knight e3. White will simply take on e1 with the queen, and after knight e1, bishop e1, white is still a piece up. This is the main problem that white.
What? How?
Black.
Bishop e1, knight e3. Oh, you take queen into e1. Sorry.
Exactly. We take queen into e1. So this combination doesn't work. And imagine having to calculate all this in rapid in such less time. So Anish took f into g2, which actually is the better move in this position instead of knight into g2. White played rook e2 here. By the way, the idea after fg is after h into g4, you can give rook e1 check, queen into e1, and knight f3 check. And you pick up the queen.
Wow.
And this position is again completely crazy. Just one moment. Just a moment.
Sure. Please take your time. Meanwhile,
Yes.
guys.
And
Soumya is back.
Yeah. Sorry, Shri, you can continue.
Yeah, meanwhile, guys, once again, do hit that like button and subscribe to the Chess24 India channel if you haven't. And also, there is going to be the San Fermin Arena International Final. That will be also on Chess24 channel tonight at 9:30 p.m. And you can find the link on the pinned comment on the Chess24 India channel. So do check that out. And I'm going to be playing there right after the stream. I won't be streaming it, but I'll be playing there. So yeah, do check it out.
Awesome. We are with you, Shri. Go rock it.
Thank you. I will try.
So,
It's going to be an experiment to see how playing chess works after 5 hours of streaming.
After 5 hours of thinking, why didn't he play this move? This was so simple, and then having to go there and make that move.
Okay, now I understand why. Now I understand why. Okay, got it.
So, right, let's come back to the game. F into G. Wait a minute. Let me just check if everything is fine on our OBS. We do have the game on our screen, right?
Yeah. We have the position where you left it. You're the...
Awesome. So, F into G, and now white played rook e2. He did not take HG because of this rook e1 tactic. So, white played rook e2. And this position is already losing for white. Can you believe it? Rook e2 is a blunder. And
how?
Yeah. So basically, white had.
Normally we ask questions to the chat, but this game you can be asking the questions to me.
This game I'm asking questions to myself. So basically, white had to, for good or for worse, better or for worse, actually, he had to go for this HG line after rook e1, queen e1, knight f3, king g2, and knight e1, and play this position where he's in an equal pawn endgame, basically. But white chose to keep the queens and went rook e2 instead. And over here, knight into f2.
Knight without taking rook into e2?
Even rook e2 wins, but knight into f2 was bone crushing. I'm just following the engine's suggestions, so don't look at me like a genius. I'm not. And after rook into f2, there is bishop into d4 here. That is the point. Can you believe it? What a beautiful line. Queen into d4, rook e1, king h2, and g1 queen.
Yeah, I'm just processing it.
This is too good.
Spectacular, no? And if Anish had actually done this and beaten Magnus.
Yeah, this is like Mikhail Tal mode. Like, what the hell? But what Anish played is also all right. There is one more line we need to show, by the way. After knight f2, rook e8 is also a move, because after knight into f1, there is rook into f8 checkmate. So black takes rook into e8 instead. King f2, and over here as well, there is...
Oh, I see it. Do you want to ask chat if they see it?
All right, we can ask chat. We have time,
Yes,
right?
we can try, yeah? Yeah. We have 10 minutes. 8:30 is the next game.
Okay. Chat, what do you think? What do you want to play here? Oh my
Let's
God.
go,
This is
chat. Let's go. Let's focus on some chess, chat. Come on.
insane game. Insane game.
True. Yes. Meanwhile, there were also a couple of other super chats from Narayan. One of it said that he's not my father, and
Mm-hmm.
another one complimenting the three of us, you, me, and Kevin. Okay, let's see how the chat does. Last few questions
Yeah.
they got it like tigers instantly, but let's see if they get this one. Full solution, guys. Full solution. Yes, Chaitanya Kulkarni has cracked it.
Really? I'm looking at the other chat, like with this chat, and I think Aditya, Shanoy, Himika, both of them got it.
Yeah, but not full solutions. Yeah, just one more. Full
Oh,
solution, guys.
Chaitanya
Come on.
Kulkarni has the full solution. Right.
Oh, awesome! Shout out to Chaitanya. Yeah, Chaitanya Kulkarni. Yeah. 036.
Absolutely epic, guys. Bishop into d4. By the way, there are other ways to win as well, but bishop into d4 is the cleanest. And after queen d4, g1 queen, king
Or
g1.
if you just can we also do a bishop just for fun?
Just because you want to have fun, yeah? Why not?
I used to do
You
these
can
things
even
in my
make a
childhood.
bishop. Really? You did it?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I used to do these kind of things, then make 3 queens, 4 queens. Samay does it now when in his 20s. I used to do
Oh
it when
my
I was
God.
8, 10.
Really?
Yeah.
I just won in the easiest way possible. Whichever I found, I won. I used to play that. And this would have been winning because black is an exchange up. So this was another spectacular line. So knight into f2 was a killer move. Instead, AG played rook into e2, king into e2, knight into f2. This is still winning, by the way. This is still winning. And after bishop e3, here he made the most obvious move on the board, which is not winning. Can you believe it? What would you play here what would you play here, Shri? Tell me.
As a human. Yeah, I would take knight into
Yeah,
h3.
yes, sir.
I would take
Exactly,
knight
right?
into
Knight
h3.
into
Yeah.
h3. And this is not winning. Can you believe it? Checks, captures, and threats. Like it's the first thing you're taught. And
But
after
what else
knight
can you
h3,
do? The knight on f2 is attacked. And where else can you go?
it's a completely computer move. If
Oh,
someone
knight
plays it,
h1. Knight h1. I got it. Isn't it?
knight h1, I don't know if it works or not.
Okay.
Knight h1.
I
Really?
was thinking, yeah, because it clears the f1 square. Knight into h1.
Yeah, that is the idea. But
Bishop one.
maybe knight h1 also works. Yeah. Maybe knight
Yeah, I
h1
thought
also works.
this position, this endgame is winning,
Oh,
no?
knight
Knight
h1
f5.
doesn't work. Knight h1 doesn't work because of queen g4.
Okay.
And after knight g3, you'll take on h4. And that g2 pawn is hanging.
Oh, okay. The stockfish never wants me to feel good.
Stockfish is so mean. It's extremely mean and calculative. Stockfish is playing knight d3 here with the idea.
Okay, knight d3. Oh, okay,
Mhm.
okay. Knight, queen d3, knight f3, king g2, knight e1. Amazing.
Exactly. Wow, so nice. So this was the point. And otherwise, you are clearing the f1 square. So let's say you play something like a5. Can you find the most insane move in this position after a5? Like just a5 is just a pass basically. But
Bishop, no. Knight e1.
exactly. Knight e1 with the idea to play knight f3. And of course, for queen into e1, there is knight f3 and king g2, knight e1 wins. And basically, in this position, what black is saying is that instead of a5, none of your pieces are moving, right? You can't move the knight because rook f1 coming in.
Mm-hmm.
you can't move the bishop to g5, let's say, because of bishop d4 check.
Right.
You can't move the queen. Where will you move the queen? You can maybe move queen d1, but I'll anyway play knight e1.
Right.
So wherever you go, I play knight d1 basically, knight e1 basically. So what? So basically, white doesn't have moves, and that's the reason this position is winning.
Right.
Absolutely insane game. What happens for a move like king h2? For the chat, let's ask the chat. This is very tough, but still.
This
He
position.
showed this idea in another line, so maybe chat can find it anyway.
No, but this question, do I have the question right on my screen?
Wait, let me see your screen. Yes, this position.
Right.
Yes, Siddhant Gaikwad got it. Awesome. So knight e1 is no, knight f3 nahi. So the move is again knight e1, the same idea with going to knight f3 and checkmating. And this would have been winning. The line continues with knight e1, knight e4, knight f3, king g3, bishop into d4.
Soumya,
Eliminating
I'm not sure
the-
if we had the right position.
We have.
Oh, king h2 instead of a5. The knight is already on e1. I'm sorry, my mistake. You're talking about king h2 here, right? Knight e1.
Yes.
Yeah. King h2, knight e1.
Knight e1, and this position is winning because you're threatening knight f3 checkmate, and after knight e4 you anyway go knight f3, king g3 and bishop d4, and you eliminate the last defender, and then you make g1 queen.
Yeah, true.
So this was completely insane, and Anish instead played knight h3 in the board instead of knight d3, and after king h2, g1 queen, bishop into g1, knight into g. He did not take knight g1. He played knight f3. King h3 runs into knight g1. So king h1. Then he took knight h g1, queen e7, attacking the rook, rook g8. So materially, black is doing really fine because black has two pieces for the queen, but the queen will pick up some pawns basically. Or knight f5 actually creates immediate threat. Like knight f5, the threat is to play knight h6 and knight f7 checkmate. And if black takes on h6, then you have queen f7 and queen f8 perpetual. So that's what happened in the game. Knight f5, black took knight into d4. If black would have taken bishop d4, then white takes knight d4, and the knight on g1 is hanging. So that's why bishop d4, even though it guards the f6 square, was not possible. Knight d4 was the best move. And after knight h6, gh6, queen f6, rook g7, queen f8, rook g8, it was a perpetual and a draw.
Wow.
Completely
It was
crazy.
an awesome game and beautifully explained.
It was so brilliant, and they must have had so much fun to play it.
Yeah, it's a pity that Anish did not find this knight into f.
I actually think it's a
Right.
pity that knight h3 was not winning. I mean, come on, knight h3 is the most obvious move in the position. And turns out it doesn't win.
True. So just 1 minute to go for the final round of day 2. Vidit playing against Ali Reza, Gukesh playing against Wesley. So Arjun against Hui Fan and AD against Salim Saleh. All 4 whites. Let's see how it goes. What are your predictions, Soumya?
Just a moment. I was checking the chat. So, well, I really hope that Adi gets his first win in this game. He is playing white against Salim Saleh, and Salim as well has a very aggressive style. So at least it's going to be I think it's going to be a very wild game. That's my prediction. And about Vidit, he's playing Ali Reza Firuja. Wow, that is a clash of styles. And Vidit opens with D4. Uh, Definitely hope for a good finish to this day by all the Indian players. Gukesh is playing whom? Gukesh is playing Wesley So, and he has played Knight F3. Maybe we can see a Catalan on his board. Who knows? And there is a Ragozin on his board, and Arjun is playing. Arjun is playing Huyufan, and it is Nimzo Indian, a Bishop D2 variation on their board. All right.
Oh yeah, this variation which we have, I think, discussed quite a few times. Yeah.
Yes. The Sandeepan variation.
Yeah, the Sandeepan variation. Yeah.
So, which game do we focus on first? Do you think we can start with its game and then move on to Adiban?
Let's start with its game. The Vidit Ali Reza. The Vidit Ali Reza games have always been interesting. Vidit has this strategic style, and Ali Reza has he's like fire, yeah, and Vidit is like ice. So it has been a very interesting clash of styles. And it's the Dutch defense with Stonewall in this game, yeah. D4 F5.
Yes.
G3, Knight F6, Bishop G2, E6, Knight F3, D5, C4, C6, short castle, Bishop D6. And the thing with these Stonewall setups is that you really need to try and exchange the dark square bishop and get that knight onto E5. So that's what Vidit did with B3, and black prevents it with queen E7. So Vidit goes bishop D2, and after B6, queen C1, Vidit insists on it anyway. So this is the position that we have on the live board right now. Yeah, so this is the position we have on the live board right now.
All right. So what are White's plans here? Maybe he wants to exchange the dark squared bishop with bishop A3, and then he would have a good bishop against a bad bishop, right?
Exactly. So bishop A3 first, and then after it gets taken, the knight goes to C2, E1, D3, and then both the knights control E5 and F4. So this has also been this was also Vidit against Magnus, if you remember, from one of the old champion chess tours. Where Vidit was actually doing really well against Magnus. He was completely better, but things went a bit wrong with Magnus. With Vidit's position in that game. So this is the plan in general, and for black, I think black gets into a slightly worse position in general. It's really hard for black to get his play going because he has made so many strategic weaknesses in his position. So white always gets a bit better slightly. In that case, then people might start wondering why black plays this opening. I myself never understood this, why they willingly go into this position. Because I understand if you want to play something dubious in order to try and create some complications. But if you're just getting into a strategically worse position where you're suffering, then I don't really see the point. So I think that is basically what is happening right now.
Right.
I think it's a slightly better position for white here.
Yeah, definitely. And I love this plan of knight E1, knight C2, knight E1, knight E3. So beautiful. So nice to actually get this on the board, and nice maneuvering over there. So Vidit definitely looking comfortable here. Let's do a roundup of all the Indian boards before we can stay on one.
Sure.
We can have a look at Adi versus Salem Saleh. Adi has played B3. Yes, finally.
Oh,
he went
for what?
I'm really glad for him. I really think that this is the opening that has given him a lot of confidence in recent times, and he should stick to it. especially right now. I think I'm really happy with his opening choice here. Whatever you say, Shri, I think it's a really good opening choice in the present situation.
Yes, and when nothing goes right, you play 1v3 in life, yeah? No, but I
It's
can't really
amazing
say
how you
anything.
you managed to make that sound. No, I think B3 is a cool opening, and I actually think that Adi should play Adi. The fact that Adi has decided to play an opening which he has studied really well is to his advantage right now.
What you're saying is true, Soumya. But on the other hand, this opening has basically transposed into these variations you see after one knight of 3 e3 b3. Yeah, the setup is the same, and I think Salem is really well prepared because I think I mentioned something similar yesterday that these variations have been explored at the highest level quite a few times, and for this reason black is usually fine. Black has a lot of activity. There was this game between Magnus against Anish. Magnus against Anish, where Anish drew really comfortably with black, and there have been quite a few games. And although the IQP, at first sight it looks like a weakness, it does give black a lot of activity and a lot of active play. So in that sense, I think it's really nice for. It's a really nice position for black to get into. Not that white doesn't have any winning chances. It's an equal position, but I don't think black also has anything to particularly worry about from this opening. I play this a lot with white myself, by the way.
All right. Yeah. So black's plan usually with an IQP is to create some attack against
The king.
right knight.
Yeah, Soumya, is my internet a problem or is your voice going? Hello? Uh, are you there?
Yeah, I think I lost my connection for a few seconds there, but I'm back. So yeah, black's
Did you
plan
just do an
usually in the
impression of VD there?
all right.
Yeah.
So black's plan to play against the IQP is basically to attack, and the IQP also gives you an outpost on in the center for your knight, which he's got knight e4, and white usually the opponent basically will defend against this attack and try to exchange pieces so that in the end game the IQP becomes really weak and you can just gobble it up. So right now Adi played g3 with the idea to take d5 pawn, because after like earlier it was not hanging, bishop h2 was in the air, so right now he's actually threatening queen into d5. How does black respond? Maybe bishop
This is
h3.
actually the point when it gets really tough for black because it's when your initiative stops, when it gets extinguished, then you're not sure what exactly to do. Yeah, and this seems like such a situation because if black plays bishop h3, then white can just go rook e1, and then after that there is no further follow up for black as far as I can see. And if black does not play bishop h3, then what else does black have? Because queen into d5 is a threat. If you go something like bishop f8, then there is immediately knight d4.
No, but Shri, bishop h3, rook e1, black has bishop b4, no? Then queen d4.
Queen d4.
Oh shit, I was plundering into. Nice. That was the point. Very nice trap, which is not easy to spot after 4 hours of play and commentary.
Yeah.
So bishop h3, rook e1, bishop b4 does not work. So that's why maybe white is better, right? Because all these tactics are not working. I get it now.
Yeah, true. I think this is this might have been missed by black earlier when he played this rook e6, after g3. I think this may have been missed.
Mm-hmm. So we can conclude that Adi is doing all right and is setting problems for his opponent. Let's look at Arjun's game. Arjun is playing Hu Yifan, Arjun has a very good position. Is bishop e4 possible here is the only question. If it is not, then white is doing really well. And
Bishop
it
in
is
the
not actually. It is
Yeah,
not
I think
possible
you saw
because
what I
after
saw.
yeah, after bishop e4, knight e4, queen h4, then white can first play g4. And if queen e7 directly instead of queen h4, then simply long
I think
castle.
there is a beautiful variation. Yeah, queen h4, g4. You touch the rook. Yeah. So queen into e4, and now so this is even prettier with the pawn on g4 because the queen on f3 would be hanging.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Very nice. So you can't take the queen, it's free. I mean, you can take it, but I'll be very happy if you take it. And even if you don't take it, I'll still be very happy. Because then I'll take your queen. And now the last Indian game which we are yet to see is Gukesh versus Wesley. Hello?
Yeah.
Are you...
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I was watching the position. Hey, this Gukesh versus Wesley, I think we can show it a bit slowly because this variation is very interesting.
All right. So we have knight c3, bishop b4, bishop g5. So we saw Gukesh play bishop g5 against Magnus as well, right?
When?
Was it Magnus? Bishop g5 h6.
No.
And then
Against
he played
Arjun. Arjun.
Ah, it was a... Okay. So bishop g5.
Arjun's players impressed you so much or what?
I thought it was against Magnus. Bishop g5 h6 and queen a4 knight c6. This.
So bishop
Then
g5 h6 stays in Ragozin, whereas bishop g5, if you take d into c4, it transposes into the Vienna. So after 4 d into c4, it's Vienna, right? And then after bishop g5, black plays bishop b4. So here, there's also another way to get into this is bishop b4, bishop g5, and now d into c4. This is also the Vienna opening.
Right. So that's what he has done. And after e4, h6, bishop f6, queen f6, bishop c4, he got the pawn back and now he has a center as well. So black has to strike. So he plays c5. Otherwise, white has everything that he wants. c5, e5. Oh, they drew already. What?
Yeah. Because Wesley was so impressively prepared, you know. Queen d8 and now short castle.
Castle.
C into d4. Here white sacrifices this pawn, okay? He doesn't take it back immediately because that leads to too much liquidation. So he plays knight e4, short castle. And have you seen this position?
I have. But I don't know the theory here, but I know that this has...
But do you know this game between Nihal against Francesco Sonis?
Oh, yes. Best game prize. He won the best game prize, right?
Yeah, the Gazprom Brilliancy Award. Yeah, so that was also from this variation. And do you want to get a chance to recollect what Nihal played in that game? What was the move?
I also want a chance because I don't know.
Clue, it's not what happened in the game.
Yes, I know it's not.
Game. I'm not sure if chat remembers this one. It's a highly... Oh, yeah, they do remember. Okay. The chat always impresses me.
They remember it?
Abdul Aziz got it right. No one else did so far.
Who got it right? Abdul Aziz.
Yeah. Abdul Aziz has got it right. Soumya, Piyush Prakash is saying Arjun is going to win.
What? Already? Okay, let's have a look at Arjun's game.
No, I think it might be a bit of an exaggeration. Oh yeah.
Oh my God, rookie one on the. Oh no.
No.
She has played h5, right?
But he can just take the queen and take g into h5.
Right.
Yeah, g4. He played g4. Yeah.
Nice.
Takes queen e7 and long castle queen into e4. So you know what catches my eye? What really strikes my eye here?
Yes.
It's
What is it?
the pieces on a8 and b8. So if we go into a fight where those pieces are not participating, queen into e4, rook into e4, g into h5, then white is just better because the remaining pieces are so much better for white.
Right. Poor knight
And
and
also
poor
there is this
bishop.
problem of rook g1, yeah? How do you defend against it?
Absolutely.
Oh, this is so exciting, yeah, because if Arjun wins this game,
What? Yeah.
he just what does he do? I mean, he goes to a
He's
plus
in the
one.
top 8 for sure. Yeah. I think he'll be in the top 8. If okay, maybe some other results need to go his way, but he has a good chances of being in top 8 after this.
Yeah. He's plus one is what you require to stay in the top 8 out of 15. So he will be there 5 out of 10.
Oh, that is absolutely epic for Arjun and for the Indian fans. Like to have oh my God, wow.
Yeah, he goes for it.
Arjun is anyway supposed to be one of the best warriors in history, and he's proving it here.
Yep, he is hitting the bullseye.
Taking on all the giants and fighting it out.
Indeed. I'm quite happy for Arjun that he has performed this way, and he has also done it in a very clean and professional way. Yeah, I mean the preparation that he has shown, and his manner of play in general, he has really shown that he has belonged there. And in the games where he didn't quite get that preparation going, no, this is something I've been telling from the beginning. Yeah, how motivated he has been, how he has been preparing like crazy, and I think all that work it has shown itself. Of course, to sustain it, it's not going to be easy. But I think this is a fantastic introduction, a fantastic debut. But let's see how it goes. Still a long tournament away.
Yeah, for sure. But amazing improvement.
Indeed.
Kesh, meanwhile, has already drawn his game. Irfan is still thinking, so we can come back to this game. Let's just quickly look at what you were explaining, Shri. You were saying the move.
Yeah. So that was on the 12th move. Like what Nihal played was knight into d4.
Yeah.
Knight into d4, queen c7, knight f6 check.
Yeah, beautiful. And after it's gf6.
His opponent didn't play
gave a
g6.
check. No, he took ef6, right?
No, queen g4 check.
Queen g4 check and ef6.
H8 was the game.
Oh, he did not take gf6.
Yeah. And
all right.
Now it was queen c2 g into 6, queen c1. Okay, it was quite complex, but I just wanted to connect.
Very nice.
To the beat.
So,
plays is more of mainline. Yeah. This is more of mainline. Queen e2 is the more in continuation. And now all these moves, bishop e7, rook d1, queen e5, this is all three.
Is there a glitch or everyone's sound is okay?
Oh yeah, maybe it was me. I was trying to act like sound like Kevin did at the beginning.
So rook f d1, queen a5, a3, rook d8, b4, queen b6,
and now g4.
G4 is crazy. What is G4?
No, it's all known stuff. There is this game between Sokolo against Lucas Van Forest. And this is actually really, really dangerous for black because, white has this formidable center, excellent center control. Black has really less space. And at first sight, it looks crazy, right?
Absolutely.
But the
No,
point
black
is,
pieces are all inside. I mean, they're just not participating.
exactly, this is the problem because they're all restricted. So the way to address this is that you just give up your e6 pawn. You just remove from the board. How do you do that?
Uh,
That's what happened in the game. Knight d7, rook a c1, and now just come into the line of the queen on purpose of the rook by
what?
just playing queen c7. Bishop into e6, you allow this, you permit this, and then you calmly just come back queen b6.
Oh my God, this is so
This is, I
deep.
think, one of the most beautiful concepts I've seen.
This is super deep.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most beautiful concepts I've seen. And I've also shown this in one of the pro chess training classes, and everyone was like, quite impressed. Uh, Again, stuff you cannot find over the board, but preparation. And after this, it still goes pretty complex. Bishop f5 is maybe not the most testing line, and black is completely okay here because he's getting all his pieces out. But this was the moment I wanted to highlight.
Right. So maybe bishop c4, yeah, and queen a2.
No, these things get neutralized. Knight f8, bishop e6. But there are
Right.
lines like bishop into f7 check, if I remember. Bishop f7, king f7, knight into d4, something like this. E6 check first. Bishop f7, king f7, e6 check, and then knight into d4. It goes complex. But pretty sure
Wow.
Wesley would have worked it out all with the engine. E6, you just go king g8. Don't take the pawn.
Seriously? Okay.
Yeah. No, this is all
So
preparation. Yeah.
unbelievable. The amount of preparation required to play at this level. So bishop f5 was played instead, and black played knight f8. He will play bishop e6 next. So knight c5 खेला, bishop e6 को ये करने को, and then bishop black played g6, kicking the bishop away from f5. Knight a4. Queen a6 is literally the only square where the queen can go to. So queen into a6, pawn into a6, bishop into c8, rook into c8, rook. I'm surprised. He doesn't play this because after rook b8, we have rook c7, no? But black plays rook d7, is it? This is okay, maybe.
Yeah.
So, so white instead took on c8, rook a8, rook c8, rook c8, and rook into d4. Knight e6, and now black is okay after rook d7, rook c1, king g2, knight f4, and this draw. Oh my God. Oh my God. What an epic draw.
Indeed.
What an epic draw. With its game has progressed a lot. Let's just have a quick look at how Arjun is doing because he's probably winning, and then we can go to Vidit's game. Arjun has played h6. He's now threatening rook g7, so black has to take gh6, and after bishop f6, he might black as well might resign because rook g7 is coming in, and then the rook will collect the d7 pawn as well.
Yeah, it looks
after
completely
gh6
crushing,
you have bishop d2 actually. After gh6, bishop d2, and it's lost.
Beautiful,
Because
beautiful,
rook
beautiful.
h6.
Direct
Wow.
mate.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is so
yeah. It's direct mate. So she has gone knight
played
b4.
yeah.
And I think you can just take h into g7 now, yeah? Rook g8, bishop into f6. And then rook g5, rook h5. Is it just what?
No,
is this some simple transposition into a one rook endgame?
Why would he do that? Okay.
No, he just wants to play g8 next, and it's a winning
but
pawn.
Black will play rook g8, no?
Yeah, but then just play king d2, no? And
d2.
yeah.
And you're nearer, is it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right.
No, I mean just a pawn up, no?
Yeah. An outside passer also. So when by the time the king, like let's say black plays this, and by the time the king comes to take this pawn, your king will advance and take all these pawns.
Yeah. This is a brutally powerful performance by Arjun. Look at the time. He has 11 minutes. She has only like 2 minutes. Amazing.
Oh, I think
Amazing.
my eval bar is not working
Uh, no,
on the
just the
live.
live engine. Yeah, the live engine. The fourth option.
Um,
To the left. Yeah.
so maybe yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to the chat. I didn't realize the eval bar was not working.
Yeah.
And right, so the Arjun will definitely win this. This is the live position on his board.
Indeed.
Black has played King G8 actually, and H1.
Yeah, now just
So
H5, H6 and bring the king. Yeah, so this looks fantastic for
it's trapped. So basically,
yeah.
like a line like E2, Rook C5 will run into H6, Rook D5. We have King E3. Oh, this is the position on the board actually.
Rook H5 now and Rook
Rook
G6.
H5,
Rook
Rook
into
G6.
F6, Rook F8. Yeah.
Ah,
Does Huifan kind of look translucent by the way?
I can't see her screen. Yeah.
You Chat,
Yeah.
what do you
She
think?
a
Does she look like
lot of
translucent?
light on her
Well, I
face.
think
There's
it's
a lot
fair
of
to say that she has looked a bit like a ghost of herself in this game. Yeah, not her best game, and
definitely not.
literally on the camera too. So how are the other games going?
Yeah, let's have a look at how Vidit is doing. Vidit is playing Ali Reja, and we checked the position over here. But he took queen into a3, Shri. He did not take knight a3.
Yeah, I think queen into a3 is not such a bad idea. Also, I think with Ali Reza, he just wanted to go into an endgame
Exchange.
where he can press. Yeah, and the idea is similar. Yeah, the knight replaces the queen on a3, and eventually it comes to e5. But it looks like black
No,
has
but
generated excellent counterplay with this a5, a4. White was not in time to prevent it. And with
yeah,
it, did not go for this plan of knight c2, knight e1, knight d3 at all.
yeah.
Probably due to
Even
concrete reasons.
he wants to challenge this knight. And if he plays knight f6, then you can simply plonk your knight on e5 instead. So that is the point. Black played a into b3, a into b3, rook a3, knight into e4. This is the position on the board. After fe4, you will play knight t2 and support this b2 pawn.
But does not look pretty, yeah? What if black just plays c5 now?
c5 no threat, no?
No, I just want to
Bishop
break. Yeah,
h3, I
rook
guess.
a8, but eventually c5 is
No.
coming, yeah, strategically.
c5,
But
I
maybe
play
you should
bishop
have
h3.
started with c5. Sorry, Soumya?
Bishop h3.
Okay, I didn't see bishop h3.
And
So
I
here he
want to,
just loses a pawn.
once I take the knight, then the pawn becomes very weak. So maybe this was the
Yeah,
problem.
agreed.
So he played rook c8, f3, pawn into, bishop into. So now he wants to play e4 as well, so that after pawn into, bishop into, the ec6 pawn becomes very, very weak. This is white's plan in this position. What does black have in return? Black would like to trade one rook, I feel. Black would like to play rook a2 so that after even after e4, the c6 pawn is not as weak.
Right.
Rook a2 or
I got
rook
it.
a1,
Yeah.
one of the two. So I think I'm expecting Ali Reza to go for this plan. Srinath, do you have to go or do you have time for your?
I think I can wait. It depends. It depends on how quickly the games finish. But in general, I would like to stay till the end of how Vidit does and AD does, my beloved friends, before I sign off for tonight. And also, yeah, Arjun has won officially. So
Oh,
Arjun does finish
wow.
day 2 on 5 out of 10. Um, amazing. I'm going to start it
Beautiful.
myself. Arjun OP.
Beautiful performance by this young lad who just had an amazing day today. Like even yesterday he played really well, but today he has totally crushed it. Risen like a
Absolutely.
to the occasion.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Uh, a kid of few
His
words.
his score has been 3 out of 5 today, by the way.
Yeah, and the games that he won, they were so clean, no? I mean, against Vidit, such good preparation. Against Huifan, it was so good. Against Aronian, he was outplaying him, but couldn't keep up. And his draws against Gukesh and Alireza were also quite convincing. So tomorrow, Arjun needs to score something like 2.5 out of 5 against the field of Wesley So, Peter Swidler, Wesley So with black, Peter Swidler with white, Salem Saleh with black, Magnus Carlsen with white, and Anish Giri with black. It's not going to be easy, guys. I think there is about 25%, 30% probability for Arjun to get into the top 8 with a score of 8 out of 15. But let's see, fingers crossed, and with your lovely support and all the positivity, and with his hard work, maybe we'll have the first Indian to get into the top 8 of the champion Chester.
Oh. It would be incredible if he does that, and he's already playing incredible chess so far. Gukesh, meanwhile, of course, we covered his game as well, so he has also drawn. And what about Adiban? Adiban is playing against Salem Saleh, and how is this position? I think it's equal, but the knight on e4 is really well placed. Bishop on d4, on the other hand, is also really good. So, is
I think
who has
Adiban
the
seems
better
to be in
chances
control.
here?
Adiban
Yeah,
seems to be in control. The black
but
pawns
I
are a
would say
bit weak.
it's still equal, no?
Yeah,
Or do you think someone is
because there are some chances against the f2 g3 point. Yeah, but it's not easy to create it practically.
Yeah, like one idea is he's played rook e6, but you cannot play rook f6. If you could, then you could have played something like rook f6 and we can like attack this pawn. But bishop on d4 controls this square. And can white play queen a6 now?
I would be very brave. I mean, I think
Yeah, it
that's a
is.
very brave thing to do.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right because you're taking the queen away from the defense of the
Yeah.
f2 pawn.
What if c5?
Queen f5, yeah. c5, I have queen c8.
No, yeah, queen c8, king h7.
And then bishop c5. Ah, you have rook
Rook
c6.
f6. Oh,
Rook
yeah, rook c6
c6.
also. Yeah, also rook c6.
And what if I play rook queen a8? Then you have rook f6, is
Same.
it?
Yeah, now rook f6. Because rook c2, I have knight into g3. And rook f1 also, I have knight into g3.
Rook f1,
Maybe
you have
not
rook
against rook
f2.
f1.
Rook f1, rook f2, no?
Yeah, rook f2. Rook f2 is the way.
Then this is checkmate. OP.
Yep.
Yeah, so queen a6 would be a very casual move to play. And these are the dangers. Shouldn't go. He has played queen e1 instead. So he's attacking the a5 pawn.
Just waiting.
No, he's also attacking the a5 pawn.
Yeah, he's attacking the
queen
a5
f5.
pawn, but queen f5 defends it for now.
F3 on the
3.
board.
Knight into G3 is just king into G3. And yeah, everything else. No, if the knight has to go back, then it feels like white is pushing. Yeah.
Then white can actually take on. Sorry. Then white can actually take on A5.
Yeah. True. Then white can take on A5, and then it looks good for white because Salim Saleh is also going to less than a minute. So are we going to witness that historic moment when AD makes his first win in the history of his champion chess tour?
Oh, that would be so great and such a relief because he's been really struggling, and to get just one win in would really boost his confidence, especially the last game of the day and 5 more games to go tomorrow. Definitely
Yeah,
would be great.
absolutely. Um, I think all that ends well is well. Yeah, there's something like that.
All's well that ends well.
Yeah, all is well that ends well. Yeah. Although in India we changed all is well to all things.
So
Queen
he's
A5,
taken
King
this position
H7.
is on the board. He's taken on A5, King H7. So white is a pawn up. Now what all white needs to do is keep
Queen
his
the A pawn.
position, not get checkmated, and push the pawn to A8. A4, A5, A6, A7, A8. So
Wow.
he
So
goes.
finally it's one B3 that saves AD. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, and
Amazing.
I love this move, Queen C2. What a nice move. Exchange the queens, get your king out of danger, get your king out of any kind of checkmate ideas, and then just push the pawn. Oh my God,
Yeah,
what a nice.
incredible. It's like, it's like one of those things where drinking poison is the cure.
Even
Amazing.
B4, even B4 he plays, controlling C5, not giving any counter chances to the opponent. He will play A4 next, A5 next. Wow. I'm super happy to see Adiban totally killing it in this game.
Knight B8, B5, and resign. This is my prediction for the end of the game.
Oh, he won. Salem resigned. Adi has won his first game of the tour. What a nice game. Really good game by Adi, and what an important victory for him here. Very, very happy for him.
AD,
Um,
awesome. Well done. Congratulations.
AD with his pet B3.
This is an easy question to answer. If people are like,
I
what
was
went wrong with AD? Answer is he did not play one B3.
exactly. I was like, what is this? You're not playing B3, and all those claims about playing B3 against Anish. Whatever happened to that? Are we not going to see that? Are you going to play some English?
No, I think he
Now,
just didn't
fine.
want to reveal his prep against AG.
Ah,
But in the end, he was forced
yeah.
to show his
Sometimes.
hand. When he no longer had any chance to qualify mathematically, then he chose to. All right, so back to VD's game. Yeah, thrilling position. VD less than a minute. 4 versus 4. Very interesting endgame. Rook, bishop, and knight versus rook, bishop, and knight. And for Ali Reza, the immediate problem is the G4 pawn is a bit brittle. But on the other hand, look how he's creating chances for himself. He's creating a passer. So B into C4, D into C4, King G3, B5. And if you don't take B into C4, then maybe you can just hold it. Yeah.
But
Maybe
what do
you
you
just hold
do if you don't take?
King
What do you do?
G3. Just King G3.
Because you have Rook C7.
Actually, I was going for
Wow.
Rook B2 and Rook into B3. But yes, Rook C7 check is stronger. It's why we need to be a team, Soumya.
Teamwork always works.
I find the first move and you find all the rest of the moves.
No, that's not true, but okay. Thank you for the compliment. And this is totally winning because it controls the pawn, and B1 is also controlled by the knight. So, sorry. Maybe Rook B3 is a move here. Do you see the variation I have on the board?
Yeah. Now Rook C5 check. Beautiful.
But it's This should be winning,
No,
no?
this should win. Yeah, this should win. Don't, yeah.
That's nice. Very nice. So none of this happened. Alireza played b5 and white took bishop into g4. So here white played king g3 as Srinath suggested, and after b5, bishop g4. This is the position on the board we have now.
Yeah.
So white is a pawn up. You can't push b4 because you can actually push b4 here. Because b into c3 runs into rook e3.
So
yeah, he has
b4,
played.
Can you take knight into c4? Oh,
Sorry?
no, d into c4, rook into c4, knight d5 is the problem. So yeah, b into c4, rook into e3 check. This is going towards a draw, no? King f4?
King f4, knight g4, I guess.
Yeah,
or maybe rook
g4.
Rook d3 even, maybe.
Rook d3, I'll go bishop f5 maybe. Rook into d4, king e5.
You have very nice king on e5, which is causing me a lot of trouble.
Wow, Vidit played his last move with 1 second remaining. Why is he doing this to himself?
Oh my god.
Just give me
So he played bishop f3 here. Knight e4? Knight e4, king f4, yeah.
I'll just be back.
All right. Knight e4 runs into king f4. And that should be okay for white. So he plays b3. Alireza creating a lot of problems. So with it, after rook b2, oh my god, what is happening? He blundered or what? b3, rook b2, dc4 is coming, and after knight c4,
No,
rook
Soumya, it's just rook against the minor pieces. No, it's a draw.
Because he took all the pawns, right? Sorry.
Yeah. Rook into b3, he will play king f4 first because c into d5, bishop d5, you get into that pin, right? So rook into b3, he'll play king f4 first. And then...
Yeah, and it's not possible to save your... keep your pawns.
Yeah. The last pawn gets exchanged.
Right.
All right. So with it, I think I'm ready to leave with it in your safe hands, knowing that he will draw this game. And
yes.
I think I should probably grab a bite to eat and play. Well, again, experiment playing this tournament to see the effects of streaming for 5 hours on the play. It's going to be live on the Chess 24 channel. So do check it out. I'll be playing at 9:30 in the San Fermin Arena finals. And if I somehow manage to win it after all going through all this, then the final is on July 10 to July 11 when it clashes with the World Cup. So I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to play that if I qualify, but let's see what happens. It will be a lot of fun anyway. It will be a lot of fun playing against grandmasters in Blitz. So thank you so much, chat. See you there, and I will let Soumya take over from here. Bye. Thank you, Soumya.
Bye, Shri. Wish you the best for your tournament, and we'll miss you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. So king e2, c into d2. We still have rook d2 here, and we actually can take this rook as well because after bishop f3, we can take the pawn. Yeah, this is even better. So c into d2 doesn't work. So black takes rook d2, and after rook d2, he will take bishop f3 first, king f3, and cd2. But he retains the pawn. This is actually losing for white. Can I play h4? Okay, let's calculate, guys. h4. This is maybe a draw, yeah, because you cannot control both the pawns with the king. Let's say h4, king f6, d5, king e5, h5, king d5, h6, king e6, h7. So you cannot control both the pawns with the king. You absolutely need your knight as well to control both the pawns, and that's why that's a relief. That's a giant relief, and definitely Vidit will make a draw. Good to know that. Good to know that, guys. Very difficult game, by the way. Alireza played really well, and he created a lot of chances for himself in the end game, actually. So this was very, very close, actually. This was very close. So King F6, I'm expecting either H5 or D5, one of the two. Both of them work. I guess H5 makes more sense. Kick the king away to that side. H5, H5 on the board, guys. Sorry, H5 on the board. Kick the king away to the king side so that there is no danger of losing at all. And then you roll this pawn up to the end so that the black knight has to go back and you can take the pawn on d2. Very nice study-like draw by Vidit against Alireza. Down to the wire. And in fact, this was the last game for the Indian side. And in fact, this was the last game overall. All the other games are over. Maybe we can have the standings on the screen. We do have them. Aronian leading the tournament still with 7 out of 10. Ding Lijian joins him on 7 out of 10. Wesley on 6.5. Artemiev Vladislav, his first CCT, guys. Artemiev Vladislav, very, very strong player from Russia. He is also on 6.5 out of 10. Magnus on 6. Anish as well. After that beautiful game, both of them drew that game and both of them are on 6 out of 10 points. Arjun Erigasi, the surprise package of this event, on 5.5 out of 10 in the top 8 already in 7th place. Duda Diane Christoph on 5 out of 10. Salem Saleh on 4.5. Daniel Dubois, Firuja, and Peter Swidler, all 4 of them on 4.5 points. Gukesh is on 4. Vidit is also on 4. Yifan on 2.5 and Adiban on 2. A very, very important win coming in for Adiban on the last round, in the last round today. Vidit, on the other hand, did not have a great day, but saving this game was very crucial. Also, he played some very fighting chess. He's been playing fighting chess throughout, and I'm sure tomorrow is going to be very different, better. Then Gukesh as well drew against Wesley. So in the last round, in that theoretical game that we saw, which Srinath explained so very well. So on this note, guys, I think I will take your leave. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout. Surely hope that all the Indian players have a fantastic day tomorrow and have some chances of getting in. Arjun definitely has huge chances there. In general, this tournament is really strong. So just playing good games against these players would mean a lot for their confidence. All of them are Gukesh, Vidit, and Adiban. All 3 of them are all set to play in the World Cup. So we surely hope that they have a fantastic day tomorrow and get that confidence for the World Cup coming in. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Take care. See you tomorrow.